No. Following, Velo. Following. I don't think it'd be right to have the Minecraft server be on subscriber only. I don't think it's right to set it to subscriber only because of what's going on with the pandemic. Not everybody can afford a subscription to the stream. And I never try to put myself behind any kind of paywall. It feeds into my larger expectations for stream, which is don't expect anything from anyone. Yeah. Done. Thomas, I think that link got lost in the McMaster car links. Can you relink that again? Yeah, EJ OnlyFans. Alright, what's this? What's Gavin saying? So, I see. That's nice to hear. Yeah, just 3 months following, Velo. That's just a good way to weed out who wants to be there and who wants to cause trouble. Final destination for former fairing recovery ship Mystery is in Gulfcraft Shipyard in Louisiana. Mystery and Mischief were built here in 2014. The ship has very much gone back home. We kiss a death it again. Whoops. Oops. Any chance I can move out of my house and claim another plot on the Minecraft server? Why, Theix? Noisy neighbors? Noisy neighbors, huh? Please hold, I have a video relating to this. What's wrong? You don't like Pie Guy? Oh no, you just want one of the bigger plots, don't you? No, I just want a larger plot, basically. Alright, yeah, sure, man. Which one do you want? Pick one, son. I think that one is gone already. That one's obviously gone because something is being built there. Do you want this one? The one that the one that you're literally standing on? Hey, Spine Crusher, thanks. Yes? Alright, man. Get all your stuff out of the old house and put a sign on it that says that you don't own it anymore. So that house right there, just say it's vacant. Just put a sign on it that says vacant so I can assign it to somebody else. Yeah, that's why I had the guys put these plots out, so we could start putting in houses and stuff. What's that? Oh, what's that? I don't know, Jeff. I must have missed that. Anyone put a sign up for your old spot? This spot right here, goalie, that's yours, yeah. This one right there. That one right there. I haven't zoned this one for anybody because I left it for you. That's approximate where your house was. Can someone put a sign up for you? Chris, the lot that you're literally standing on, can you throw down a sign for that plot for goalie, please? Because the dirt house that was here was his. Done. Thank you. See the white? Zonic took that. Okay. Built something over the path. Oof. Oof! Okay. Good to know. Alright. Launch of Mr. Steven, which is now Mystery, will be going back to Mr. Steven. Let me see. Alright. Last video and then KSP time. I see heavy equipment. I click. Gulfcraft hull number 480 launch. Look at that friggin' gantry crane. Is that lifting the entire ship? Question, will that road leading to the car lot be widened at any point? Move my plot to the one in the bend. This one right here? No. No. That won't be widened. No. But do leave a little bit of berthing room there, just in case. That's why I have spaces between the lots, just in case. You know, and whoever did these lots out, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I don't think that one's going to be extended at all. What I wanted to do was find a way to get a road to the shipyard over here. And I wanted to take a road and just make it go this way, right? But there's too much stuff in the way. There's no way to get the road in there. There really isn't. There's no way to do it. Unless we wanted to dig a tunnel through the hill, which, I mean, we could do that, but people have foundations and basements and stuff, and that just becomes a pain in the butt. I wanted to take the road and make it go up here and then that way, or take this road and make it go that way, but there's just not enough room. It's not going to be a subway, guys. It's going to be it's just an access tunnel, so you could quickly get underneath the houses and out here if you really wanted to. But yeah, that's kind of sus, I will say. A loop? Oh, God. Yeah, and we also need to figure out rail tracks. So, like, right here, the railway is going to come in somewhere. We need to build a lift bridge right next to this. We should probably claim some of the plots for subway access. Well, there's an open spot right here. But yeah, for the most part, nah, we'll be all right. It's called a synchro lift. It's mainly used by small shipyards for yachts. That's cool, man. I mean, look at the size of the trucks compared to this thing. The Mystery could fit like a bunch of ships or a bunch of trucks on the deck. You know what, dudes? I just had a passing thought. You know, we're dealing with a lot of crap right now. Like, I get it. We're dealing with a lot of crap right now in the world. But honestly, I just had a kind of an existential thing. We're literally watching video of a ship being rolled out, being filmed by a drone, overhead looking down at a ship being rolled out of a shipyard that is quite literally nowhere near me. And the vast majority of viewers here are quite literally nowhere near me. That shipyard is 1,500 miles away in Louisiana. That's like a 25-hour drive from my house. And a lot of you are overseas. A lot of you are even further than that. I mean, we watch rockets being live streamed going into space. Like, all right. This is a boat being driven around on a gantry crane on dirt. Exclamation point MC, Gorgon. If you've been following for more than 3 months, you're welcome to pop in. Just one thing I ask is don't steal other people's stuff and don't be a D-bag. And we're going to we get to watch a drone fly around on Mars this week. You know what? That's pretty freaking cool. We're in Louisiana. It might not actually be so far. Clarth, it's got to be on the Gulf Coast somewhere. Gulfcraft Shipyard in Louisiana. This is somewhere it's somewhere in the bayou, boy, I tell you what. Even 20 years ago, you'd be committed if you said this would be a thing. Yeah, right? All right, Gulfcraft. Gulfcraft. Nope. Yeah, okay, so it's near Morgan City, dude. Jesus spelt backward is suspect EJ. Huh. Franklin, Louisiana, south of Lafayette, southwest of New Orleans. New Orleans? Yeah, I freaking gave away where I'm from, Clarth. And it's spoiler alert, it's above the Mason-Dixon line, man. Oh. Power plant. You know what's crazy to me? And it's not... okay, maybe it's just because... It's just because I'm weird and I get really excited from stupid things. But, like, Golfcraft is a business, right? Right? It's a business, and they built Mystery and Mischief, right? They built them. They're great ships, right? Somebody decided along the line a little while ago that I'm going to start a business where I build golf tending ships. Ships that tend to oil rigs. Like, how would you even go about doing that? How would you even, like, oh, I want to make 200-foot ships. Let's do it. It's just crazy to me that you could start a business building boats. That's as abstract to me as starting a business playing video games and having people watch you do it. Like I said, existential. They probably tended oil rigs and said this needs to be done better. Necessity is the mother of innovation, isn't it? Maybe they have shipbuilding experience and decided to do it themselves. That's right. That's right. I bet you they did. Maybe it's Navy shipbuilding. Maybe the guy who founded that business worked on oil rigs for a little while. It's still fascinating to me, dude, how that kind of stuff happens. And it happens everywhere with pretty much everything. It's actually quite common. No, I know. Chief, I'm not saying it's not common. It's just cool. Same video, but Mischief and Mischief more close up. Like, dude, straight up was like, I just want to make some boats. Yeah, see, there's the forward thrusters right there. Brian May is online. Cool. See last? So the power plant I want to build is about 115 by 65 and 40 high. That's a lot of bricks. You think 75% scale is good? Any ideas where you'd want to have the power plant on the shipyard? Honestly, no, Sebi, and I'll get back to you on that one. I'm serious. I have no freaking idea. That's freaking impressive, dude. Is it bad if I'm like, that thing is just sitting there on a sling? Could I like go up to it and just rock it back and forth? I mean, I never freaking would. I'm not getting near that thing when it's being held up like that. No thanks. Nice demo. Newton's cradle with ships. It really is, Tesla, yeah. Man, those are big ships, man. Well, actually, they're boats, right? Because you can take it out of the water. I wonder how much this thing cost. Let alone the ship itself. I wonder how much one of these bad boys costs. I know. Center of mass, guys. Yeah, look at where the COM is. The engines are all tucked into the back to counterbalance the boathouse. I think that's what it's called. We learned about doing that in Stormworks. Yeah. If a boat's center of mass isn't in the dead center of the ship, yeah, that doesn't end well. Whoa. That's really cool. Be ashamed if they dropped it. Hey, that's how some shipbuilders put the ship in the water. Straight up. Looks like Gulfcraft is somewhat more focused on luxury craft. Edison, Schuess, Bollinger, and some other companies are more focused on industrial support vehicles. What a weird day it's been. You know, I thought this space news was going to be short. And whenever I'm like, oh, there's not a lot of space news, something always happens like this. It literally, without fail. TMRO is helping them produce the stream from what I can see. Yeah. Have you seen the Bollinger EV truck? I know the name is familiar, Core, so somebody's linked it here in the past. I don't know if it was you or not, but somebody's linked it in the past. Also, who else thinks that's really freaking cool? Road construction. Elevated road construction in Minecraft. And look, Lemprod's working on the dry dock there. I'll be damned. I wish we had a time lapse of all the work put in. Drummer. Drummer. Hey, drummer. Do you, think it's possible, given with your timetables, that I don't know, Minecraft never excited you. Yeah, Jim, it's not for everybody, dude. But Jim, you know, I try to spread the content around, but I mean, it mostly centers around space. But Jim, the reason why I do that, the reason why I spread content around like that is to get more people involved in spaceflight, dude. You got to cross-pollinate somehow. Drummer, do you think that you could write some code that would take a screenshot every time the map updates from 3/4 view? Oh, Steven, that's cool. Right on. About 1.2 million a pop. That's cool, man. Damn it, now my gears are turning. Yes, it's possible. Hey, drummer, what entity are we using for all the clips? All the clips and VODs? What storage system is that again? Google Drive. Hey, drummer. I'm not, you know what the next question's gonna be. You know what the next question's gonna be. Actually, drummer, you know what would be a good way to do it? Not every time the map updates, because we'll have 15 terabytes of the same picture very fast. How about every hour? Every hour, take a picture of the shipyard, right? Take a picture of basically spawn, for the most part, right? And then, if it updates on the hour, what is that, like 2 to 3 megs per picture? And that's 24 times 3. So 70, that's 72 megabytes per day. Ooh, that's... Drummer's working on it right now, demo. Trust me, we have something slick. We have something slick planned. Yeah, drummer. See, you're like me. I think that's why we get along. You're like me. You're freaking... No, I'm not that good. Yeah, shut up. Yeah, shut your mouth. You're freaking... You dope at what you do, dude. Come on. But you don't go around telling people that. I don't go around saying that, I have 15,300 hours in Kerbal. I only say that when people ask, But I still think I suck at Kerbal, man. I forget the stupidest things. I've had 20 flipping pings in the last 2 minutes. Damn, guys. Drummer, can you file my taxes? You just did, though. But... You know what, Pix? I don't have a response to that. You're not wrong, but... So there. That's what I have to say. 27 gigabytes a year in those pics we pulled the log video before it's that big. Actually, Tesla, that's not bad. This elevation change on the bridge doesn't feel steep enough. Steep enough for what, D-Pick? To get to the ground by the end of the pier? Yeah, I know. That's why I'm only basically having you build the road curved. Because we'd need to either extend the pier or figure out another way. I got another way in the works. Wait, was that a singing male thing? Eukerman, it's an automaton. It's not a male thing. It's a music note. That's the point, Theix. No, KGB does not want to know my location. KGB just made me a moderator of our KGB picks. Okay. You play the wife pretty well. The heck is that? I want one. It's called an automaton accessum. Okay, all right, fellas, look. You don't think I know that this thing is frigging weird? It's weird, right? It's weird. Like, look, you modulate the sound with the mouth. Ready?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay. All I'm gonna tell you, I could go explain, like, you modulate the thing with the mouth, and you have a fretboard, blah 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 blah, and you have pitches and tones that you could select on the back of the thing. All I need to tell you is that this is Japanese, okay? It's Japanese. Does it make sense now? It's Japanese, okay? How do you get one? I got them off Amazon. That's all you need to know. And then suddenly it's not weird anymore. You're like, oh, yeah, okay, I get you. I'm not sponsored by automatons. I think they are the funniest thing around. I actually unironically love them. It's Japanese. That's all you need to know. The idea that immediately comes to mind is using World Edit in schematics. World Edit is a tool that allows for creating schematics of an area. I could automatically generate a schematic of a zone every hour and then after the fact create a 3D time lapse, kind of like a 360 camera editing. Drummer, all right. I'm not saying you have to do that. I'm saying do that if you want to crunch some neurons up there, okay? No, I can't, Shaw. That would be like saying play two guitars at the same time. You need... All right. So, we need to do our time warps. We're getting ready for the Luna 5, or the Luna 4 mission. So that would be my third attempt to land on the moon. And what we got to do here is go through our time warp. So we're going to day 295 here. Let me get the music up and running. Velo, we need to put a dart up into space. We need to rotate crews off the station, so we got a dart launch now. So I got to put the Freedom 7 adapter plate back on the pad. We have to get the crane aligned, and then we got to go up to the space station. So we're going to see one of the darts fly up today. I'm not sure which one. I have to go check the line. Alright, so we're going to go up to the station here. We're going to go up to Liberty 4. So, where I last left off yesterday, I basically prepped the station. We attached the new module for the station, which is the Constitution module. And we reconfigured the station to be more accessible for the lunar missions. So we do have a crew up here. These guys are basically scheduled to come back like now. 292 was their time to come back, but I don't want to leave the station uninhabited. But we have an extra docking port open for the next crew that's going to come up here. We'll have an overlap of about a week in game, or just between two streams, and then we'll bring Voyager down and this crew down. This is the Liberty 5 crew, and we'll send up basically Expedition 6 here. Okay, Sebi. So, we sent a Sigma capsule up here. We sent Sigma 6, which was the 6th resupply mission for the station here, ahead of the 6th expedition crew here. Sigma was carrying basically all the science experiments that I needed for the missions, and they're now being stored in the Constitution module. All these surface experiments packages will find their way to the moon. Actually, what I want to do is take the equipment control station. We need 2 sets of solar panels, the goob monitor, seismometer, and then we need in the other thing the ionograph here. There's the surface experiments package. They're loaded into the transfer vehicle over here. And then we also need to load the the EVA experiments. We're going to send 2 of them. One of the surface experiments will find its way back into the science modules. Okay. And then I'm going to load them down with a little bit of pack fuel just in case. Cool. Excellent. Oh, ideally near water would be good for the power plant. I'll find a spot, Sebi. I'm not sure where it's going to be, though, but I'll find a spot. All right. So now, because we did our time warps, we should have a little bit of science on there. Transmit that science out. Excellent. We have 200 science on board. How about the overhead highway going out of town? Any ideas? Oh, yeah, I see you're at the end of the highway, Spartans. Well, that boulevard is going to have to find its way to a bigger highway. Okay, Spartans, you want something to do? Here. You want something to do? Take a peek. I see you over here. I always have the Dyne map open for questions like this, just in case. So, Spartans, see where this lake is? If you want to make the road, grade it. Grade the road out, so get rid of these trees, cut right through the mountains, keep it at this height, and make that boulevard go basically to here. Do it. If you want to do that. That's a lot of work, though. If you want to do it, make it happen. Make the road go basically to the edge of this hill, right here. You see that sheer edge? Right there? Have the road surface terminate right there and then get back to me. If you want to do that. You want to cut into the terrain? Do it. Cut the terrain out from basically here to there, and then go. Pythos, thanks for the raid. Hail Admosia. You'll take care of landscaping? Okay, that's fine. Alright, so we got to get another crew up here, guys, so that's the mission. Let's do this. Yeah, guys, shameless shout out for Drummer. Drummer, the whole site, all the voting polls, all the back end stuff for the stream is Drummer. He's quite literally my right hand man. The stream would suck. It would suck. It would suck without him here. Straight up. When you send up the dart, is there space capacity to take up a load of construction parts? I have to load it out with solar panels, believe it or not, Tessa. Yeah, there is, but we gotta load one of these things with the right equipment. Okay. Yeah, Evil Rays. I mean, one day I'd like to, you know, pay the man for his freaking efforts, dude. I mean, Drummer does this out of the goodness of his heart and does not go unnoticed. He literally is instant. Like, if Drummer left right now, guys, I'd probably be like, nah, we're good. I'm serious. Drummer, don't leave, ever. Please don't do that. Like, as technical as I get with stuff, guys, like, software is boomer tier to me. I have no idea. Just, how do I work this? He does, Joshy. Just, the margins aren't good enough. Not yet, at least. I mean, Joshy, the hope, like, is... The hope is that someday, you know, all the work that we put in for all this stuff gets to the point where the stream starts making the cash to be able to, you know, bring people on. I don't think we're at that point yet, even now, but we're getting there. But it does take time. Yeah, it does take time, dude. All right. This crane was giving me all kinds of trouble, so I'm going to go ahead and recover it. And this pad, I'm not going to say that was giving me trouble, but it basically was. We got to go in here. I've seen this Warzone streamer. She's only been on for like 2 years and has 14,000 viewers, and I'm like, man, EJ deserves this person's viewer count. I mean, it would be nice, dude, but yeah. Josh, you know good and well how that stuff works. I can't force people to watch me, and I don't. You know, I don't even try. I just put myself out there, and people just happen to like it, dude. I can't expect that many viewers. I'd go bananas with 14,000 people watching me. Like, I would try to... Because my brain would be like, oh, you got to keep up with chat, you got to keep up with chat, you got to keep up with chat. And then I'd try to keep up with 14,000 viewers and quite literally make myself go insane. You actually deserve 10 times the current concurrent audience. I appreciate the sentiment, fellas. I do, but... Once again, it just feeds into my rule. Just, you don't... You can't expect anything from anyone. Guys, it's the internet. Like... No, Jim, I wouldn't. I would just have to kind of go. We wouldn't be able to have the cool discussions that make the stream fun. Yeah, Supercraft, it's fun. It's fun when everybody's in here for a rocket launch. That's cool. I like watching you because of the small community. It turned out big communities. There's too much, especially with chat. You cannot keep up with chat. I can't even read my chat with 10 viewers fast enough. Yeah, Sebi, I'm not saying that I can. I don't know if you guys are deaf or something. I pay attention to chat. You got to pay attention to me. No, I know. I would try to. That's what I'm saying. And I know I'm setting myself up for failing. I would try to. I would literally give it an attempt. I try to do that during launches. And it really starts to, I'll admit, it really starts to get difficult past like 1,300 viewers. It gets very hard to read chat. Like, once you cross the thousand threshold, it gets tough. Like, really tough. I was trying to prove your point. Oh, okay. I hope. Oh, there you go, Steven. That's awesome, dude. I mean, I will say, for a 500-person chat, you guys can be quite talkative. And you know what? I wouldn't have it any other way. In fact, in the back of my head, like, an alarm goes off if I haven't seen a message in a couple of minutes. But I've taught myself that that's only really a problem if it's during the day. If it's late at night and chat's not moving, then it's really not a big deal. Oh, I know, Demo. I watch big streamers, too. I did, Ryan. I was also trying to just support the way things are. Should have gone and lived with Mom. She would have understood. Mac, I like you. That's funny as hell, dude. I'm happy you found the stream, man. Cheers. King, I will say I've gotten pretty damn good at speed reading. I can read very fast. Because, and I didn't even, you just 10 years of reading what everybody has to say. I'm good at speed reading, dude. I can process a lot of information very quickly. And that's not like because I like have some mystical like hereditary skill or something. No, I've been just doing it for a long time. I can read quick. I streamed KSP a few months back and had one chatter and it made me feel so much better than no one. Having somebody there does help, dude. Alright. I wonder, send a Kerbal engineer on a craft and attach a Z400 rechargeable battery to the target satellite. Huh. Who wants that contract here? Turbodyne. Okay, demo noted. These servicing missions don't pay very well. Whatever. Alright. Oh crap, I missed the maneuver node. Yeah, we should have done that yesterday. Yeah, we'll get it next time. Mission failed. We'll get him next time. Thomas, get on there and do it. We're here for all the commentary on failures and missed opportunities. Kyron, you know what one of the hardest things to do as a streamer? This is very, very difficult. One of the hardest things to do is tell tone. So you guys putting like kappas after things really helps me. That really helps a lot. Because sometimes I can't tell tone and sometimes I misinterpret what someone's saying because I can't understand the inflection. Like, say if somebody asks a question and...
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Say somebody asks a question in chat. Sebi, thank you very much. Danke schön, mein Freund. And somebody says, like, are you sure you want to do that? Or, are you sure you want to do that? That's so difficult, dude. You really have to have a good pulse on the conversation And sometimes I'm having like 6 or 7 conversations with like 6 different people about 6 different subjects. And I can keep up with it pretty good. But every once in a while, my brain potatoes and I can't tell what somebody's saying. Yeah, exactly, Joshy. Well, if you just said you suck with no emotes, I would assume it's you suck. You know, like, but yeah, it's difficult. It's very hard to tell tone. So how about those RS-25s going into the ocean? Many people are typing. Your truck sucks, Kappa. You know what, Bram? I know it's a Kappa. I know you're just kidding. It still hurt a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. It still hurt a little bit, but I'm alright. And then you time someone out in the confusion. Chat used message barrage. It's extremely effective. EJ is confused. EJ hurt itself in his confusion. Ford sucks. You know something? You suck. Wait, where's the crane? I had to recover it, Pythos. It was giving me some problems. Your truck is the most amazing thing I've ever seen. Come on. Come on. Donkey Kong sucks. You know something? You suck, chat. Is it bad if in my mind chat is the mini golf course from Happy Gilmore? Hey, he's laughing. Look, you're laughing at my misfortune. Hey, have a good time. Enjoy your night. You're gonna die, chat. You think that's funny? I don't hear you laughing now. Oh, yeah. I hate that clown. Well, time to S52 swap a Mustang, huh? Can you time out drummer? No. No. Suck it, Blue? Yeah, suck it, Blue. That's an old school zinger right there if I ever heard one. In your face, Blue dude. Find your happy place. Find my happy place. My happy place.
Start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds.
Find my happy place.
15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Start. 2, 1. Booster ignition and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
That's so damn cool.
7 seconds into the flight. Beginning to rev up. Standing by for the throttle up call from Capcom Steve Pro.
Yeah, Joshy, that ain't bad. What would the Shooter McGavin version of the Happy Place look like? I think you know the answer to that one. Yeah, Badger, that's right. EJ, I don't want to mine anymore. My pickaxe is broken. Well, your pickaxe is broken? Oh. Well, now your shovel's going to be broken too, because I need you to move an entire pier. Anybody else's shovel broken? Do you know about Orbiter? Yeah, of course, Nick. Where's the crane gone? I had to recover it, and it was giving me some trouble. Alright, so what I'm going to do here with the crane, before we put the crane back out, is the pad got a little twisted. I hate it when my pad gets twisted. If you're looking at it down the center line, you see how it's slightly crooked comparatively to the grass? I'm going to try to just give it a little bit of a nudge with the fuel truck and see if we can move it back into position. I hate it when my Schwartz gets twisted. Radar repaired, sir. We're picking up signs of a pickup truck. Pickup truck? EJ! EJ! Ugh. So, percussive maintenance. Yeah, I'm just gonna hit it. It'll come around. Last, forgot the tag. Okay. Okay. Give me a moment. Let's see if we can just give it a little nudgerino there. There we go. Nope. No, it ain't moving. Alright. Well, let's just recover it. Well, not the pad, the truck. It's not going to move because the thing is holding it to the ground. Okay, but what if... I mean, well, we do need another 170 up there, Thomas. I had an idea. Can we just take a shuttle stack without the shuttle and put a second stage on top of the external tank in Orion and just use that for SLS, or am I not thinking right? Can we just take the shuttle stack... Wait, what, T-Man? Can we just take the shuttle stack without the shuttle, put a second stage on top of the external tank and Orion, and just use that for SLS? Am I not thinking about that right? I mean... T-Man, what do you think SLS is? Genuine question. What do you think that is? That's what SLS is, buddy. It's extended external tank because you have 4 engines instead of 3, with basically the back of the shuttle put on the bottom. That's it. That's exactly what it is. It's not anything more. Well, I say that it's not anything more. The reality of that situation is that the external tank was designed to have a 60-ton orbiter hanging off the side, and the SLS core stage is designed to have like 200 to 300 tons of upper stage and payload sitting on top of it. So it's a little bit more than just an external tank with 4 shuttle engines down at the bottom. But T-Man, yeah, that's exactly what that is. Sneaky, I've now said that I can try some alcohol. Granted, it was the tiniest sip. But details. The bitter aftertaste is not something I like, but that could have been the drink itself. Either way, I'm going to stick to soda. Sneaky, the thing about that... So, 2 things, okay? 2 things. And I'm not saying you have to like alcohol. But the thing is that your palate changes. What tastes good to you literally changes over time. I never liked beer growing up. Same way. Same way as you. Yeah, I thought it tasted like crap. And now, granted, times have changed a little bit. I drank it anyway because, you know, you want to fit in, right? You don't want to be the oddball, right? Don't paint a target on your back, right? But over time, beer tastes like soda now. Like, I drank a Guinness last night while we were driving. I'm pretty sure you were here for that. Like, and don't get me wrong, we were sim driving, not not driving in real life. Don't be an idiot. I think Guinness tastes good, but you go back 15 years ago, so like 18, 19-year-old EJ, I would have thought Guinness tasted like crap. It's this weird acquired taste, dude. It's like coffee. Just one of those days, you're just gonna be like, oh man, this tastes delicious, because your palate changes over time. It's the weirdest thing, dude. Weirdest freaking thing. But yeah, I mean, most people, the first time they try beer, say, oh, I'll stick to soda. I mean, it's probably good that you don't find it tasty, because, yeah. But, yeah, it tastes weird at first. It always does.
Hey, can you come out here for a second?
Yeah, what's up?
Food, and then I had a question.
Okay.
Alright.
Is that spot okay for the quest? Yeah, sure, Thomas. Go ahead. You're here. Anything other to do than the crew change? Well, yeah, the crew change is big. The pad has given me some problems, Ryan, but we'll figure that out. We'll sort it out. I know this will never happen, but how many months of cargo could SLS take? Probably, well, I mean, you'd need one heck of a resupply spacecraft, RJ. What spacecraft are we using to get stuff to the ISS? So, all right, let's just play off something. Say we have like a 50-ton Cygnus capsule. So we have a Cygnus capsule that's like the size of the SLS LOX tank. Yeah, you could move. If you had a resupply vessel that's like the size of the external tank, which is basically what you'd be able to use with SLS, you could give the ISS probably like 2 years worth easily. And once again, this is playing off a couple of things. We're suspending some variables because you would never do that. Because honestly, food is perishable. So it pays to resupply it in small contents, right? But if you could, yeah, like 2 to 3 years, provided the food wasn't perishable and the spacecraft could stay up there for that amount of time, oh yeah, a long time. An SLS resupply vehicle would be insane. First beer I ever tried was an extra stout Guinness. Right on. But yeah, I'm 27 and will buy any beer non-alcoholic. I do enjoy the taste of beer, but I don't want to get intoxicated. I don't know if you ever tried any beer. I mean, the other thing, Mac, is, and once again, I'm not encouraging you drink beer. It's probably better, I mean, Sneaky, it's probably better just sticking to soda. Just out of sheer monetary principle, soda's less expensive than beer. Like, way less expensive. Because they put tax on alcohol and stuff, right? They don't tax sugar, or high fructose corn syrup, I should say. They do tax sugar, actually, but, yeah, you acquire the taste. It's the weirdest thing. Like, I think Tres Comas tasted good. I think Tres Comas tastes good. I like bitter, like hard alcohol. Weirdest thing. Never liked that when I was growing up. When I was a lot younger, yeah, I used to hate alcoholic drinks that had no taste, that didn't have any flavor. And then over time, dude, that stuff started tasting like fruit punch to me, and it did nothing. So, yeah, over time, like, your palate changes. It's the weirdest thing. Yeah, no, Sneaky, yeah. So, it's just one of those things, dude. Down the road, you'll probably, I'm telling you, it's just one of those switches that flips in your head one day. Like, one day you're just like, dude, I need a beer. Strangest thing. You better go before you get in trouble. Yeah. Alright, fellas, I'll be back 1 second. Brimo needs me. Alright. BRB, 1 sec, and we'll get the launch tower and the crew access arm out here in a moment. Okay. So straight up, guys, I am, straight up. Oftentimes when I take my breaks on Saturday and it takes a little bit of time, what Brimo and I are doing are planning our day tomorrow so I could just wake up and go do things instead of waking up tomorrow and wasting time to try and figure out what we want to do. So, like, you know how we go on, like, Rona road trips and stuff where, we plan, like, a day trip somewhere, right? And we drive there and drive back. We make the plans now. So that's why sometimes my Saturday breaks take a second. And Roblox, why'd you give me 1,000 bits for watching a screen? Alright. Okay, we need to get the crane back out there. I just used the magic 8-ball. It's way faster and more fun. I got a question about Minecraft. I want to build a rustic hotel with the wood outline plot that I'm standing in. Is it okay for me to claim this plot, or do I have to reduce it in size? Why? Why are you doing that? Because we bloody can. Altio, none of that. Leave that for another player. Draw the line right there. None of this. Just that. Okie dokie. Don't get rid of that. Say yes on the screen because it's funnier that way. No. There we go. Alright, cool. Shouldn't the path curve down the road to continue the sidewalk? Yeah, Altio, leave a little bit of berth. Or Altio, build the sidewalk for the curvy road that goes to the parking lot. Build the sidewalk there and move the zone plot back a little bit because of the curvy parking lot, okay? Because the curvy parking lot road. Alright, let's get the new crane out there. Alright, let's see what that does. Last, what's up, Flykin? Last is a Monka and a half moment. Flykin, why are you so square? Be more polyagonal. Dude, I found out today that the friend of my friend's brother at some point had to go 80 miles an hour during a blizzard in a 4x4 truck on the highway to get blankets. Dude, if he didn't go 80, he'd have to go 30 due to the transmission being scuffed at the time. Gotta take care of your equipment, Sneaky. Because you never know when you're gonna need it. Did I get that right on the first try? I guess so. Yeah, we did. Yeah, yep. Yeah, that's correct. Okay. I know, Kuro, yeah. Could they swap Orion for a Dragon on SLS, or is it a different attachment mechanism? T-Man, an adapter could be made. An adapter always could be made. But, T-Man, what you're proposing is like taking a semi-truck and saying, can I put a pickup truck in its place? In some cases, yes. But the best, Orion is, okay. T-Man, so, alright. Say there was some nightmare scenario, right? And the nightmare scenario is that, like, Dragon needs to be launched on an SLS for some weird reason, okay? Now, could you swap it with Dragon 2? Sure. Could NASA figure out ways to get SLS to communicate with the Dragon? Yeah, sure, absolutely. The main problems that you'd probably run into is not so much a hardware problem. You could make an adapter. T-Man, were you here for Space News yesterday when we saw the Russians with the Oriole capsule on that huge turning lathe that was making the capsule? Like that big piece of aluminum? You remember that? You could use that to make an adapter. It really wouldn't be an issue. But you got to think about it like this. What software does Dragon use? It definitely uses different software than Orion. And the trouble with making, and the reason why we make all these adapters, like on the space station, for instance, is because you have to adapt a bunch of different systems. There's no standardization. I.e., Orion is running Windows. God, I hope not. And Dragon is running Linux. I know Dragon is running a form of, I think it's Linux. I think it's Unix or something. But that would be the big thing. You'd have to write some code for the Dragon capsule to understand that it's on an SLS and it's not on a Falcon 9. And that's probably where you'd run into the biggest things. Software. Yeah, that's a big one. The other thing is, from a hardware perspective, Orion, and this is the pickup truck semi-truck thing. Orion is designed it's a BLEO capsule. Now, what does that mean? What does that mean in real life? Beyond low Earth orbit, right? BLEO capsules, okay, are something that's designed to go outside of the Van Allen belts. That's the reason why Orion is so damn expensive. Because it has the rad shielding and rad hardened electronics. Because building a capsule that goes outside of Earth's magnetic field, or outside of the Van Allen belts, or the radiation belts, they have a bunch of different names, right? But it all means the same thing, right? Going outside of the radiation belts means everything has to be beefed up a lot more. Think of it like maritime, all right? So you have a container ship like Ever Given, right? Ever Given is designed to go into really deep water. In nautical terms, it's called blue water capability, meaning it can go far away from shore, all right? Dragon 2, Starliner, those are engineered to not go very far from your proverbial shoreline. That's called non-blue water capability, okay? So, meaning you can't go very far. Orion is designed to go way and far into space. So, like, you could tow an Orion on a transfer vehicle out to Mars, right? You could absolutely do that. The Orion is way overbuilt. It's way overbuilt to A, protect the humans, and B, first and foremost, protect the crew from galactic cosmic rays, radiation, etc., etc. And also, well, not first and foremost protect the electronics. It's designed to protect the crew and electronics. That's what I'm trying to say. Orion is it's a really useful capsule. It's basically a deep space tug that you can take anywhere that has crew on it. It's a semi-truck for space, basically. But I know what people are going to say. Well, EJ, what do you mean a semi-truck for space? Wasn't that the space shuttle? Well, the space shuttle is a semi-truck that's designed to go into low Earth orbit. Think of Go Searcher, so the stuff that SpaceX uses to get Dragon capsules back. That is quite literally like those 170 DP1s. That's the shuttle. That's the NASA space shuttle in boat form, right? The Orion capsule is like a tugboat that can go into deep water. It's more like a tugboat and less like a dedicated thing. So could you swap Dragon or Starliner onto SLS? Yeah, sure. Yeah, of course you could. But once again, the beyond low Earth orbit capability is really where this gets like why you wouldn't want to do that. Dragon 2 has 3 Cairo, if I'm remembering right, and if Orion's systems are derived from the shuttle at all, it's 4. The shuttle had 4 redundant set sequencer computers, so basically 4 main computers. What the hell? Oh. Yeah, I know, Green. That's what I just said. Yeah, no, you're right. But I'm trying in the context of what T-Man is asking. I mean, if you could, yeah. Yeah, I mean, sure. I don't know why you would, right? But you could. Ooh. Looks like we had some drift on these things. Alright. So, first thing that I have to do to get ready for the DART missions is we need to install the adapter. But T-Man, yeah, I mean, the thing about engineering, and this is just kind of a general thing to say, guys, the thing about engineering, it doesn't matter if it's mechanical engineering or whatever. Think of engineering kind of like a language, okay? And what you're asking by saying, could you put a Dragon 2 on top of SLS, is like saying, you know, could I put the in a sentence where I'm describing bananas? Sure. Yeah, absolutely. But it really comes down to, okay, so if you're if you're trying to make a sentence, right, in English about describing a banana, what are you trying to describe with the banana, right? Like, what are we talking about here? Are we talking about how bananas are yellow? Or are we talking about how, you know, how long the banana is? Are we talking about where the banana comes from? Like, what kind of plant it comes from? Like, what does a banana plant look like? Like, see what I mean? There's a lot. It really depends. You know, it depends on the context. And engineering is all about the application, just like grammar is the application of English, right? Engineering is the application of physics, right? It's the same thing. Can I put a cat in my F-350? That's an awesome build, Gaw. That is an awesome build. It's so cool. Also, can I use standard banana measurements? Yes, actually, absolutely. SMB is a widely adopted measuring system in the application of rockets. Just thought I'd let you know. Okay, before we do this, because this is a brand new crane, I got to go in here. We got to set it. We got to configure the crane. This is LC1A crane. All right, let's get a launch in tonight, baby. The docking port's fused there too? Never mind. Recover this thing. I was gonna reuse it, but the docking ports are fused, so screw that. There's some kind of code in here in the craft file that makes it so when stuff docks, it doesn't understand. Did the shuttle have to coordinate with any commercial ATCs during landing? No, they didn't. They were only communicating with Mission Control Demo. And they were basically a TFR was filed for shuttle landings, just like it's like Starship a lot. Unrestricted descent down to the SLF. The ATCs would vector planes out of the way, but the shuttle never communicated with the tower, I don't think. I mean, there may have been one like scenario at some point where they tested it just to see if it could be done. And once again, the shuttle The shuttle could. I don't see why it couldn't. It has antennas on it that's designed to communicate with mission control. And I don't think that the shuttle wouldn't be able to like tune to the frequency or something. I don't see why it couldn't be done. I'm just not sure if it ever was. Discovery, go around. Words you don't want to hear as a shuttle pilot. Go around. I'm sorry, what? Alright, we need a new truck. Hey, Toa, what's going on? Speaking of bananas, did you know Dole has their own fleet of container ships? I actually did know that. Yeah, Laserman. Tory Bruno's SMB, standard banana measurements. Discovery, wave off. Yep. All right. Is it beer time? No. I mean, Saturday for you, not for me. I'm not gonna have a beer until the mission is completed. Thank God the shuttle didn't have to go do an arrested landing. Can you imagine a bolter on the shuttle? What? Why would? Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, I don't want that. Yeah, I wouldn't. I don't want that at all. Okay, the pad has been fueled, and now we're going to put the adapter plate on. We'll build the stack. So I got to, well, actually, what we should do is put the crew access arm out. Let me find the CAA. It should be in here somewhere. Last. I found another. This one makes me feel like I... What is that? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's the same guy. I've seen that video before. Yeah, they're Chrysler engineers, dude. That's where the turbo encabulator video comes from. The transmission that he's talking about in the first turbo encabulator video is a torque flight, or the picture of the transmission that's on the wall in the first turbo encabulator video, that's a torque flight transmission. It's a Chrysler transmission that was used from, it was freaking bulletproof. Those things are indestructible. The torque flight was introduced sometime, I think, in the late 50s, and Chrysler literally made that thing all the way into the 90s because it's that good of a transmission. Just got here. Hey, nearby, I'm getting ready to do a crew launch here. Thomas, you having fun with that? What are you doing? What are you doing at my Cass and Young, man? It's crazy how Chrysler was a tank manufacturer and then turned one into the biggest car manufacturers. No. Chrysler started as a car. Chrysler started, modern Chrysler in its current kind of form, I guess, can trace its roots back to the Dodge Brothers Automobiles, DBA. DBA was founded in the early 1900s by the Dodge Brothers. It's like a little bit of cool thing, and I'll talk and work. The Dodge Brothers were a parts supplier for Henry Ford, believe it or not, and they were a parts supplier for Ford. And they... What would be a good analogy? Henry Ford basically kept demanding more and more of them. Like, I need more parts, I need more parts. You guys suck, I need more parts. I'm going to take my business elsewhere. And then the Dodge brothers kind of realized that, they're like, dude, you can't take your business elsewhere. We're already the biggest manufacturer of parts. And then John and Horace Dodge, the Dodge brothers, basically came up with the idea of making their own car company. And that's exactly what they did. And then sometime in the roaring, I think it was the 20s, they merged with Chrysler, another automobile manufacturer. And Chrysler Corporation was founded. Chrysler Corporation was basically Chrysler Corporation until the 90s when they merged with Daimler. And that was a mistake. Yeah, we don't talk about what happened after that. Sorry for my idiocy. No problem. Chrysler, it's like, and the point that I'm trying to make with you is Chrysler was a car company before anything. They were a car company before anything else. But, this is why it was so cool. In the 60s, man, and this is why I have such reverence for the big three and Ford and even Chevy. Seriously. What Bill Durant did with Chevy in the beginning is genius. He came up with the idea of, super interchangeable parts, a quality that Chevy is still known for to this day. Hang on a second, I gotta fix that. But any of the car manufacturers weren't... The car manufacturers, so like Ford, GM, and Chrysler, were not, they didn't just make cars. They had heavy industrial capability, right? They made everything. I mean, Ford made freaking the consoles for mission control. Businesses in the 60s would diversify their businesses like what Elon is doing. It's seriously. Ford made the consoles for this. Chrysler made the damn rockets. Chrysler was a huge defense contractor for the longest time. And they still are to an extent, right? Well, actually, I don't know that for sure. They were a huge defense contractor. Chrysler made tanks, they made rockets, they made missiles, they made all kinds of stuff. Ford made the consoles for mission control, all those Apollo consoles that you see in Apollo 13, all the consoles that have all the telemetry downlinks and stuff. Yeah, that was Ford. Ford did that. GM made the frigging moon rover. They diversified like crazy. Heck, Ford made an airplane in the 20s, the trimotor. You diversify your business. You didn't just put all your eggs in one basket with cars, because if they quickly figured out, especially after 1929, the auto manufacturers figured out that you want to do other things as well in case people stop buying cars. And there's things that do make people stop buying cars, like the stock market crashing and whatnot. So it's good to diversify your business. Just what's annoying is that, somewhere along the line they figured that it's better to stagnate. If everybody stagnates the industry, then you don't need to worry about innovating, which is really, really annoying. It's one of my big criticisms of what the big three did in the 70s, 80s, and even into the 90s. They refused to innovate. Because it took less effort. I really don't like that. I mean, that, and there's emission laws and a bunch of other things. Sorry, it was getting stuck on the strut. I mean, even Boeing. Boeing to this day is like that. And, people criticize, and, it's easy to criticize, but Boeing is a company that makes missiles. They make missiles, they make reusable space shuttles, they make airplanes, they make all kinds of stuff. Ford made tractors. Ford had a successful tractor business, pretty much from the 30s all the way into the 90s. They sold it off. They spun it off. Ford had a great truck division. And I'm not talking about Ford's like pickup trucks. That's not what I'm talking. That's light trucks. I'm talking heavy duty trucks, like semi trucks. Ford made and GM too made great semi trucks for the longest time. And then Ford spun it off into Sterling. And then Sterling, what did Sterling? Sterling, they sold it. They sold it to somebody, and somebody else bought it. GM and Chrysler were the competitors for the Abrams program. Yep. They did exactly like what Elon Musk is doing. And I think it's funny because Elon Musk is doing what... Dude, if you wanted to buy a car in the 60s, you guys ever heard the term floor model? You know what a floor model means, right? A floor model is a car at an automotive dealership that had all the options on purpose. It had all the options that was offered with that particular automobile. The idea is to show you the high-end version. And how GM, Ford, everyone did this. How they used to work is that dealerships didn't really carry anything on the lot. They didn't do that. Why would you do that? Right? You showed the highest trim level of every single car, right? Showed the highest trim level of every single car, and then you start at that, and then you discuss with the customer. You downsell them on what would be the best car for them. Oh, you don't need seatbelts. Seatbelts is an option. Oh, you don't need air conditioning. Because you live, in the north, you don't need AC, right? Like, and they would actually start high, and then what you do, there was no cars on the lot. They didn't do that. There's no cars on the lot. You ordered the car, and the car was shipped to you. Does this sound familiar? Hey, boss, what's up, man? 58-month resub. Sound familiar? I'm telling you, Elon is just using their playbook against them, which is really funny to me. And I actually think that this is a better way to sell the car. You could have the car delivered to your front doorstep. Everyone did this. The big three did this all the time. That's right, Ein. Yeah, you'd punch it in on a Scantron, right? You'd literally fill out a Scantron with all the options that you want, and they would mail that to the factory, and some guy at the factory would put that Scantron into the scanner, and then on the production line, right? Say a guy is putting in, there's a guy on the production line that's putting on badging, this is this type of car and this is the highest trim. The next car comes down the assembly line, he'll look at the piece of paper, nowadays it's a computer, and he'll say, oh, okay, this one has this badge, and you have a box with all the different badges, right? So you have the low-level badge, mid-level, high-level, ultra-high level, and you just take that badge off, put it on the car, send it down the line. It's cool, man. That's why I have such reverence for the big three. I wish they would start doing this again. They were like SpaceX back in the day. GM, Ford, Chrysler, Boeing, everyone. Lockheed's cranking out SR-71s. This is the kind of stuff I want. We should get back to doing stuff like that. They made a better product because it was about making a frigging better product. Screw the other guy. Oh, what about overhead costs? Well, we could save a cent if we, you make it out of plastic. We could save a cent on the production line. Yeah, great. You save a cent and you have less overhead, right? But also you make a crappier product. Dealership model's so broken. Yeah, see, with that way of selling, it's like being at a buffet line. You didn't have car dealers. You didn't have dealers try to upsell you and stuff. I mean, they still would, but it's not like a used car lot. You know what I mean? Capitalism doesn't encourage quality. Yeah, Spotulous, that's 130% incorrect. Yeah, that's wrong. So you're telling me the build quality of a Lada is the same as my Dodge Coronet? Yeah, I highly doubt that. That's totally incorrect. Nice try though. It's a race to the bottom, yo. Yeah, but it doesn't have to be, and Elon Musk is a very good example of that. It's not about the rules of the game, it's how you play it. Yeah, Tessa, and look, who buys a Peugeot nowadays? Nobody. Look at all the automotive manufacturers, guys, who decided they wanted to build a better product because it's about making a better car. Who sells the most cars nowadays? Toyota, Volkswagen, and Tesla. Huh, funny how that works. Huh, curious.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Well, the UK was like that at one point, Drummer. Until they let the Japanese steal small cars from them. steal the small car market, but that's mostly because you nationalized BL, but that's another story. Any bets on how long it'll take until Falcon 9 is retired? Ogle, at the very least another decade. We'll see Falcon 9 into the 2030s. Or at the very, very least 2028. Kangaroo Bowler. Brass Monkey. Burp, burp. Yeah, we got another 10 to 15 out of Falcon 9, boss, would you say? Easily. I mean, you know what? We were talking about this the other day. You know, like, boss, I don't think SpaceX even needs to make Starship. I mean, they're going to, because it's about pushing the envelope, which is what we're talking about. Like, that's what I want. We want people to push the envelope like that. We were talking about, boss, how Falcon 9 is a damn good, like, mission architecture in itself. And this is a lot of people make this argument, and that, you know what, they wouldn't be wrong. A lot of folks make the argument that, you know, Falcon 9 could be used for, like, NASA exploration, for instance. And that's not wrong. You could use 9 in Heavy, and you could, with Dragon 2, and you could make some pretty damn robust mission architecture. Especially for something like a cislunar environment. So, like, something like Gateway, launching lander parts and whatnot. Falcon 9 would be insanely good at that. Like, insanely good at that. It would be ridiculously good. It doesn't let me copy. Can you go back? Just say C last, Velo. Oh, you already did. All the way off topic. I just say C last. You don't need to stay. Oh, I can't copy. Just came to my mind. How did Challenger explode? Is it true that they survived the actual explosion? Yeah, most likely, Velo, but yeah. In terms of SpaceX being profitable and continuing to grow, we don't need Starship to do that. I agree, boss. I don't think they do. Falcon 9 could. If SpaceX wanted to do what I'm talking about, they'd fall on their laurels, say Starship is a waste of time, and basically drive the market into stagnation with Falcon 9, which is... That was Elon's first plan, I'll be honest with you. That's what he wanted to do. You know that. But he wanted to do that so he could get money to make Starship. Which is... I don't have a problem with that. But yeah, you could make a damn robust architecture out of Falcon 9 and Falcon, wait a minute, where's root part on this thing? Root part is that? Oh, no. How about we make root part that piece right there? Let's see what that does. I mean, yeah. You could, Falcon 9, like, with Dragon... So, okay, I'll give you guys an example. If Falcon Heavy... When Falcon Heavy gets the extended fairing that SpaceX, or that Space Force wants SpaceX to make for Falcon Heavy, and they will, when Falcon 9 gets that wider fairing, you could use Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy literally to do something like Constellation. Only you'd split up the launches. You wouldn't have something like Ares 5, but you'd have something like Falcon Heavy. Yeah, you could, yeah. Oh yeah, you could do that all day. And Dragon is using an IDSS, so you could use Dragon to tow stuff around. The only Achilles heel of the entire architecture is 1, the rad shielding on Dragon 2. 2, the heat shielding on Dragon 2. I don't know if it can come back from the moon. I would expect that SpaceX probably designed that into it to begin with. But in case they didn't, that's something that would need to be studied. And Dragon's Achilles heel is that it needs a service propulsion system. It needs a service module. Well, not a service module. Dragon 2 has a service module built into it. It needs a service propulsion system. So something that it could use to move stuff around in space. And that's pretty much it. But yeah, the Falcon architecture is quite good. It's very good, especially because you're reusing boosters. No, it wasn't. It was bad management that caused the problem. I mean, Green... I think you guys are talking about RMBK reactors, so Chernobyl. I will die on this hill, and some people will probably disagree with me. Heck, the protagonist in the Chernobyl series, Legasov, disagreed with me on this one. Well, actually, no, not really. I just can't wrap my mind around the RMBK reactors being a bad design. Maybe from a UX point of view, it was terrible, but also, I think, Green, it's weird to sit here and make the argument that the RMBK reactors was a bad design when it was literally put into an induced failure mode and failed. I see Falcon Heavy launching a little over 20 times in its lifetime, but that's my guess. Yeah? Like, I can't... So, like, with the Chernobyl reactor, right? And don't get me wrong, I've gone down the rabbit hole with it a bunch of times, right? Just like everybody else has, etc., right? It very much looks like, and once again, I'm not, like, arguing for, like, how the Soviet Union was set up or any nonsense like that. But it's almost like if you take a reactor that has safety systems installed on it purposely to compensate for the fact that they're using graphite tips on the fuel rod assemblies. It's almost like if you remove all the safety systems intentionally, you're going to have an issue. And second of all, why the hell are you testing on an operational reactor? That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. That is quite literally Starliner OFT-1 levels of stupid. Okay? It's that dumb. Why are we testing on operational missions? They did the same stupid nonsense with the shuttle. Why are we testing during operational missions? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. You're doing tests on operational missions that could put you into induced failure mode and make the reactor explode. There's no way. Like, look, okay, I get it. Soviet Union, evil empire, blah, 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 blah. I've said it once, I'll say it again. The engineers over there aren't stupid. Okay? They're not stupid. They knew about this. They knew that it could happen. And the way the show frames it is annoying to me because they're like, you knew about this and you did nothing. No, we put safety systems in to make sure that that doesn't happen. The problem is the dingbat guy who calls himself an engineer removed the safety systems because he had no idea what he was doing. Ignorance is the message there, not engineering design, I think. It's not that they knew that there was a problem, God. It was well documented. The show treats it like, oh, you knew, it's some crazy conspiracy. No, the engineers probably made the design decision. Oh, it's less expensive if we use graphite tip fuel rods, so we're going to put in control systems to make sure that we compensate for the graphite fuel rods. Problem is, the moron in charge of Chernobyl that night took all the safety systems off to compensate for the freaking graphite tips. Oh God, I took the safety off of this gun and it shot someone? Please tell me more. Like shocked Pikachu face, man. Look, once again, I ain't defending, the Soviet Union or secret police or any of that nonsense. But engineering is engineering, no matter what country you're in, okay? Could the reactor have been designed better? Yeah, with more budget. Don't skimp on development. Remember that one? Remember that one? Space Shuttle had the same problems. But I refuse to believe that, the RMBKs are bad design. There are RMBK reactors in Severomorsk in Russia that are still working, that were made before Chernobyl. They're still operational. Never had a problem. I just don't think that that's correct. Pretty much, Tessa. That's lunacy to me. Oh, I'm going to remove the safeties on this reactor to test something. Oh, the reactor blew up because I took the safeties off? Huh. We need more nuclear reactors. That's the true problem here, Demo. Everybody like, oh, nuclear reactor bad. After that, that's the real thing. Well, 3 Mile Island had a partial meltdown, and that was, it was a partial meltdown, but see, once again, we have safety systems installed. We had safety systems on the reactor, the containment vessel, and the containment vessel basically saved it from being that again. Fukushima's not a bad design, it got hit by a typhoon. Yeah, yeah, pretty much. To put it in car terms, I want to see how fast she can go, so I cut the brake lines. Yeah. That's really not smart. That's really not a smart way to go about engineering. So I think that's much more of that's human error. And human error could come from bad design. But also at the same time, the other engineers that were there, from what I understand, the other engineers that were there that night said, look, you're removing the safeties on this reactor. You probably shouldn't do that. And the guy's like, screw you, Dyatlov or whatever his name is. Screw you, I want to do it anyway. That's much more of a social component than anything. Why are we getting such misalignment here? Hold on a second, fellas. I gotta make sure that we're not getting hung up on nothing. Are we stuck? Hopefully, Barney. Hang on, something, speaking of failure modes, something is not correct here. Something's not working how I want. Something is weird with the plate. You see how it's crooked? Why is it coming in so crooked? Why is this insisting on being at a 3.9? I don't understand. See last. How does Dragon keep the Dracos from melting when they don't use cryogenic propellants? The rocket engines... RCS in real life, Reagan just pulses. It's just... It's not really designed for an incredibly long duration burn, like not a high long duration burn, so basically the thrusters don't get hot. They don't get hot enough. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. I don't think it is though, Jaka. Strangest thing. So this piece that I'm installing, this ring, is the adapter that adapts the pad for the rocket that needs to launch DART. And that's what we're going to plan on doing. That's what we're planning on doing tonight, but... Alright. This isn't the best idea, but what I'm going to do is set this down. Actually, hold on. Let me just lift it up a little bit. I'm going to set this thing with the torque for 100. And then right here, I'm going to give that motor the torque that we need, and that should line us up a little bit better. This port right here basically needs to read pitch to 0. Well, Jackhead hasn't done this before. So, when it's doing something, here's a lesson in Chernobylness, I guess. Or the shuttle, if you want, either one. If it's doing something that you haven't seen before, you're getting a new mode, all right? What does that mean? You're getting a new mode here. So, I changed something, and I'm getting a different result, right? Be scientific about it. What did I change? I changed the root part on the truck. And I'm getting a different result. That's the only thing that I changed. Now, let's think about it. Does rerouting a subassembly in KSP change the way it physically behaves? It's possible. Auto struts, if you reroute to something else, auto struts are going to run differently. Grandparent struts are going to work differently because you rerouted the hierarchy, right? So we could sit here and go toying around with the auto struts, but last time I did that, I forgot to put same vessel collision back on, right? We don't want to mess with anything here. That caused one of my Freedom 7s to fail, and inadvertently is the reason why Phoenix has a broken tail. See how this one is angled like that and that's broken? Because the result of that pad abort, when I didn't put same vessel collision back on because I messed with the plate, right, is a product of this. We got to make sure that this plate works. It has to work. See last, what about abort thrusters? Ablative? The abort thrusters are 3D printed. I don't think the only thing that's ablative on all of Dragon's systems is the heat shield. They have other ways of cooling them, Reagan, but you got to remember the abort motors aren't going to fire in space, so they can use convection to shed heat. You can use convection to shed heat. The Draco thrusters are designed for small bursts, and I'll bet you that the metal is whatever they're made out of, whatever the metal nozzles are made out of, are designed to basically disperse the heat over burns, but I'm not 100% sure. The abort thrusters definitely do element, but you're saying that the RCS and abort thrusters don't fire long enough to create that much heat. You're more or less correct, but the abort thrusters are designed to work down here in the atmosphere, right? They safe them by the time the thing gets into space, right? Because you don't need them. You really only need them basically during first stage flight. That's really the point where you'd need them the most. And even then, you're still in the atmosphere. All I know, Reagan, is that they are designed for reuse, but I'm not 100% sure what that exactly means. There's Kaleidoscope. Jacko. Don't they have an abort mode on stage 2? Yeah, it's basically just separate. I mean, yeah, maybe they could use the abort thrusters there. Let me think about it for a second here. There's got to be something with the metal design on those motors, to be able to withstand it. There's some physics trick somewhere, and I'm not 100% sure because SpaceX has never really clarified about how that exact particular system works. But Demo, what are you saying? You can design the propulsion system so the exhaust temperature is lower than the deformation temperature of whatever the nozzle is made of. Yeah, it's yeah, I'll bet you, yeah, that sounds right. That sounds like what's going on. I mean, I don't know for sure, Reagan. Hey, Gumpy. Also, hypergolic satellite thrusters have to burn for 30 minutes. Yeah, so material science is the answer there, which, I mean, ablation is kind of the same thing, but here, let's drop this thing into position. Okay, so the way I designed this system here, is what I have to do with the outer ring is you have to auto strut it. You have to auto strut it when it's in the pitch 0 position. Point 1 is within tolerance. That's fine. We're within spec. Hydrazine monoprop thrusters, which most apogee thrusters aren't combining anything, so their engine temps are much lower than bipropellant engines. There you go. Hey, FV, what's up, man? Thank you to everyone who gifted me a sub, much appreciated. NX, I don't know who did. Somebody popped in here and anonymously gifted 100 subs today. Like, okay. Element, all the thrusters are similar, but yeah. I'm what Demo said is probably the answer. So Element, you were basically right. I mean, I was wrong in that regard. I mean, you do get some radiative properties from the abort, but those abort thrusters have to work up in space at some point. So the Super Dracos. So, and there's regular Dracos too that do long duration burns. So yeah, it's just got to be how a hypergolic thruster burns. It doesn't give off heat like what Demo's saying. So basically, what you said was right. It was probably Elon? Yeah, maybe. Alright. So. But most. Well, when Demo says biprop engines, Phil, he's referring to cryogenic propellants. So like Keralox, Methalox, Hydrolox, stuff like that. I'm pretty, at least in context of what Demo, that's what you were saying, right? Yeah, there is, Jaka. It's Kaleidoscope. Okay, let's undock the piece here. I don't need to use it, Tessa. I'm not gonna break my mod rule for a quality of life thing where I already have quality of life. Guys, I can see the colliders. I can see the hitboxes. I'm a 3D artist, for Christ's sake. If I can't figure out the geometric patterns of any single part in a particular video game and not be able to tell you exactly how it's made and be able to duplicate it in like a couple minutes, then I'm not good at what I'm doing. Like, and that's why I don't use Kaleidoscope. I don't need to use Kaleidoscope. I know the colliders. I can see them. It tells you. It's highlighting when you're highlighting the hitbox and not the part. I dumbed down my answer to my dumbness. Yes, you dumbed down your answer to your dumbness level. Story of my friggin' life, dude. That's Element. All my explanations are explaining rocket science in a way that I understand because I'm an idiot. That's where I come up with my great analogies all the time because freaking dude, I suck at this. You just tell me, if you tell me it the first way, I'll be like, ah. Granted, it's gotten to a point where I can hang with engineers and I understand what they're talking about. I know enough about it to be able to carry myself, but I don't know enough about it to be dangerous, you know what I mean? So I still got to dumb stuff down to an extent. Okay, so the Freedom 7 adapter is installed. Hey Pepsi, what's going on? How do you get all those pistons to fit in a tiny space? I just clip them into each other, Joshy, and what I do... Here, I'll show you the top piston here. Take a look. What I do is I slightly move the pistons over to avoid getting the Z-fighting, but the pistons just clip into each other. We don't have any cables, so I have to use a telescoping system. See? Works great, man, to be honest with you. Not much, just vibing. What are you building? So, and this probably is a good time to give a general announcement. See these things over here? Those shuttles over there, Pepsi? These are called darts. It's a dart shuttle. The Delta Wing Atmospheric Reentry Vehicle truck thing. Darts are my Kerbal spaceflight vessel. So this is how I send Kerbals up into space. I put this on top of a rocket. The cool thing about the Dart shuttles, well, I have 4 of them in the fleet. One's up at the space station right now, and then we have Explorer, we have Phoenix, and Pathfinder. The cool thing about darts is that they're reusable, and not reusable like, they're not reusable like, oh, I landed on the runway, hit the recovery button. I take these things and I tow them back to the pad, and we use my crane to put them back on the pad and launch them again. Each one of these shuttles here, you know, Pathfinder, Phoenix, and Explorer have flown into space. They've successfully moved Kerbals up and down, some of them multiple times. Explorer has been into space once. Pathfinder has been into space once, and Phoenix has been into space twice. And the cool thing about Phoenix is that it was a test orbiter for me, so it did my pad abort and my in-flight abort to make sure that my escape systems work. This is how I play. I play with an engineering regime like real life. Like I test all the parameters of the rocket before I put Kerbals on it. And what I'm doing today is I'm sending crew up to my space station. And I don't want to put another dart out. We have 3 darts right there that are perfectly usable. So what I'm going to do is this pad and the crew service structure, which is this big white building that says EJ on the back right there. What I'm going to do is build a rocket. I'm going to build a rocket, and then once the first and second stage are stacked on top of each other, I'm going to take one of these. We'll probably take Explorer, because Explorer hasn't done a space station flight yet. And coincidentally, it's the shuttle that, out of these 3, it's the shuttle that was the last one in space. Explorer came back from the Luna 3 mission, which was my first successful trip to the moon. And it did a real pad abort. Yeah, let me just say the abort systems are very well tested with DART, because in the early parts of the DART program, I had a lot of problems. There's this thing about putting wings on the top of your rocket. Yeah, don't do it. If you think of kind of like a generic looking rocket, like the Tintin rocket, or just like any type of rocket really, the thing about that is that the wings are usually down the bottom. The problem with making a little mini shuttle like this is if you do that, you have wings at the top, so you need wings at the bottom to compensate. Oh, golly, that's sick, dude. Man, that thing's quick. Is that a diesel? Broke it loose. Broke it loose, but stayed in it like a freaking... Well, he didn't stay in it. He let off for a second. Oh, nice demo. Cool. Did you hear it? It went... Broke the tires loose, but he stayed in at $4.99. What was that? It was $4.99 and 1/8.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Not bad. Okay, so our pad is configured for Freedom 7 now, so and the pad is fueled. So the next step here, guys, is to get our first stage out. Is there any way to fix Phoenix? Ryan, Phoenix might work the way that it is, but I'm not going to sit here and put a Kerbal on it. I'm not going to sit here and put a Kerbal on it to test it. What we'll most likely do is we could test it. We could either do two things. I could test it with that wing on the back if I want to, Ryan. We could do that. We could test it like that. That's no problem. If I do it, I'm going to test it with no Kerbals on board. To get around that problem of having no Kerbals on board, I need a communications dish that's strong enough to be able to communicate with JeffNet, my tracking data satellites, during reentry. Because I want to be able to control it during reentry, right? So, I'm not exactly 100% sure what I'm going to do with it. We could do a test flight like that and recertify it with that wing, but I don't really want to do that. The second thing that we could do is basically wait. We could basically wait until the developers add more parts into construction, which they said they would do eventually. And I could wait until we have the right part, which is probably what I'll end up doing. However, I do have a Dart Mark II concept that I was kind of playing off my mind here the other day. I have a Dart II like idea for to make Dart like that much better at what it does. I had an interesting kind of thing, and it's been waiting in the wings here, but we can switch over here. We're not getting new parts, Jazos. No, they're going to add more parts to the construction category, parts that they've tested sufficiently. I do have the idea for Dart Mark II, and we could use Phoenix for it if we really wanted to. The experimental Dart right here. No, that's not it. This one right here. This guy is tested in December 2009. The prototype had completed a 48,000 hour 5.5 years test. Thruster performance characteristic measured over the entire throttle range of the thruster were within predictions and the range, and the engine showed little signs of degradation and is ready for mission opportunities. A 5.5 year test. Oh, all right. 48,000 hours. Yeah, there's a reason why we still use hypergulls. But anyway, this right here is something that we could do. We could modify Phoenix if we really want to into this flight configuration. The reason why is all the modifications are parts that are open in the construction parts. So like, see how this is a cargo part that can be placed inside inventories. This is a part that cannot be placed in a storage container but can be manipulated via EVA construction. And then you go into the wings and it says over here, like, you know, certain wings you can't use, right? This version of Dart, you said Dart had a lot of problems. Did any Kerbals die? No, Ryan, my testing regime didn't put Kerbals in the line of duty. You don't test with people aboard if you're not sure if you don't have a way for them to get back home. Don't put Kerbals on it. That's my rule, and that's frankly NASA's rule as well. So this Dart right here, guys. This Dart, if you look, it's a little bit different. The entire wing structure is shifted forward, and this Dart actually has a body flap as well. It has a body flap added to it for better stability during reentry. Now, that's clipping a little bit, so it would have a little bit of a problem. So this style of Dart has the body flap on it. And the body flap, like I said, could be used like the shuttle's body flap. But the big thing is that the entire wing assembly is shifted forward. Why is it shifted forward? Because of that. This Dart has the center of lift directly over the center of mass, no matter what angle it's at. See how the COM, the center of lift and the center of mass don't really change throughout any any angle of attack, except if you pitch down and then it gets weird, and then it gets weird for a second, and then it goes back to the same spot. See that? That's a much better design. This would be this dart would be way more stable during re-entry, and I wouldn't have to rely on the monopropellant as much as I need to do with my current fleet. And we could, if we wanted to, because once again, these are all parts that you can go out and modify. We could make like a template for this, right? And we could modify Phoenix to be a Mark II dart. Yeah, the center of lift being over the center of mass is really, throughout any part of the regime here, is very, very good. That's space shuttle. Because the idea is that the relationship here doesn't change, right? Your center of lift is always pointing basically through the center of mass, or at least very close to it. And the idea here with this is that because it's doing this, the vehicle will basically, when you're going through re-entry, I could go through re-entry basically like this, and all the RCS would do would be changing my angle of attack. I wouldn't have to worry about the aerodynamics moving dart back and forth. Actually, if we really wanted to do this right, and you know what? Here, let me just do that. I'll reload it. And keep in mind, that's what this project was. It's not finished yet, but I put this in here on purpose to do these tests, and this is just something I was tweaking the other day. See how it's out in front? And it looks like... Let's move this to 45, like 15, 30, 45. See? It's still a little bit behind. We would have to basically get this to a point where this would be like this. You don't want it too far forward. But something like that would be really good for dart. And I think that actually looks cool. How does the dart abort system work? These guys right here, Ryan, are liquid fuel thrusters, and 4 of them fire, and this separates, and they use the fuel systems that you would use on orbit to maneuver to get dart away from the stack. The abort system works great. I lost a couple of prototype orbiters with that thing, with the system. But yeah, that's kind of where we'd be at. Because I had to slide the wings forward, we have a body flap, so there's a lot of quality of life stuff here. And yeah. See, the problem is when dart is flying in stable flight like this, it becomes very aerodynamically unstable. Yeah, Reagan, that's right. What's up, my pick? Yeah, see, that's no good. If we really wanted to get this right, we'd have to basically sit here and tweak this until the center of lift, center of mass, we could move it at any angle and it doesn't change. That's the key to making a good shuttle. Like, and don't get me wrong, you can compensate with RCS. It's never going to be exactly perfect, right? But here, let me show you my workhorse from the old mission mode save. This thing. Watch. So, I know, watch. Now, don't get me wrong, Collins could be made better. I always say it could be made better. But sometimes you just have to say that's good enough. But look, it's not pointed exactly through the center of mass, but it doesn't move. So the vehicle, see how the center of lift basically doesn't move until you get to here? And then Kerbal gets confused for a second, and then it goes back to normal? That happens with every craft, but I did the wings on Collins in such a way that it stays very predictable the entire time through re-entry. It makes it, even if you get this thing to not change, just keep the relationship the same, the SAS understands this a lot better. Because think about it, if you go like this, right, and you pitch up at this angle and your center of lift goes forward, the SAS is going to try to compensate, and it'll most likely overcompensate and flip the craft. You see how it stays the same? That makes Collins extremely stable. You don't know how much of a pain in the butt it was to get this to do that during flight. And even then, this could be dialed in a little bit more. And that's what I mean. Like, I say I can't make a better shuttle with Collins, but I absolutely could. Like, there are improvements to be made. But yeah, this is my space shuttle, guys, from my old save. It is an analog to the US space shuttle. It's an analog. I had to take some liberties here and there with some things, but this thing for the most part works and acts exactly like the space shuttle. To the point where I scaled the shuttle's C3 numbers and Delta V numbers to give you about the same payload mass to orbit as the real one. Yeah, it's about the same. Collins even kind of pioneered using these as using panels in geometric patterns to create shapes that don't exist in the game. Yeah, this is my shuttle, Collins. It's named after Michael Collins and then kind of by proxy Eileen Collins as well. Could you make this with your crane? What? Could I make the shuttle with the crane? Oh, the stack. No. The stack's huge. The external tank is almost as, for my shuttle stack, well, the crane would need to be wider. Let's just put it at that. So, I never made, this thing is designed to work with a reusable launch pad like Dart is, but I never did it because I decided to play career mode for a while instead. Chat was frankly bored. I bored them with shuttles, to be honest with you. And before you say, oh, no, you didn't, EJ, no, you did. Yes, I absolutely did. You guys got sick of making pads. I was going to push to make the pad for the shuttle, but never came to fruition. What I did do with the shuttle is approach and landing tests in the old mission mode save. So I took Collins, I rolled it out, and I made a crane in KSP before robotics were added that could pick the shuttle up and put it on the 747. We also made the 747. We made 905. Rolled it out, did an approach and landing test, landed the shuttle in the 747, picked it up again, put another crew on it, put it on the 747, and promptly did it again to demonstrate the shuttle's attachment system and reusability. Yep. And then I picked the shuttle up again and put it on its transporter. Sure, Builder, go ahead. Have you ever launched Collins even if it was more like regular KSP? King, I love space shuttles, and you know, you don't hear me talk about it that much. But, dude, there was a time where I just exclusively launched space shuttles in KSP, and that's it. Pretty much from like summer of 2013 to pretty much the middle of 2016, I only launched stuff to space with shuttles. I think the shuttle is a great launch vehicle, and I demonstrated to people how good it could be if you knew what you were doing. Well, not knew what you were doing. That implies that I know more than NASA about space shuttles, which is stupid. But yeah, I always thought that the shuttle was great, and I always thought that for, you know, even with its price tag, it's still a tremendously capable vehicle. So I did all kinds of stuff. I built a robotic arm for it before robotics were in the game using something called Kraken Tech. We literally made the mechanical joints out of parts, and the three pieces of the arm, the wrist, the elbow, and the joint were made out of a staputnik, which is a sphere, and I made ball joints. And how you moved each piece of the arm was that each piece had batteries and a probe core on it, and you'd have to switch between each component and then move it around. I made a robotic arm that could birth stuff to my space station. That was, once again, that was before robotics were in the game. Now we could do that, it'd take a day. What are we doing? Wait, are we doing return to flight? No, I was talking about shuttles, but that's enough of a tangent for it. But King, yeah, I love the space shuttle. Seriously. I could tell you anything within, like, except down to, like, the real nitty-gritty stuff. Anything that you want to know about this thing. how it flies, why different pieces are there, the thermal protection systems, the reaction control systems, the stability assist, the gyroscopes, sequencer computers, how the RCS works, how the APUs work, the shuttle main engines, the plumbing, the carrier umbilical panels, anything. Yeah, the active passive latching system in the payload bays and how they can reconfigure the payload bay basically on the fly. And they came up with basically a palletized cargo system for the shuttle, like how you'd load pallets into a pickup truck, or how you'd load pallets into a semi truck. They basically made a space version of that. It's called the shuttle pallet system. Can we though? Maybe. Why are you using a Rapier? Why are you using a Rapier engine on the mini shuttle? Why would I use a Rapier engine? Why, Frost? Why do I need that? King, yeah, not in its reusable form. No, it never did. It didn't see a lot of action in that regard. Its predecessor, CTS Mark IV. So Collins 5, blah. I think it was. What was the name of it? Collins. It was CTS. I used to call it Collins Transportation System. CTS Mark IV. Yeah, that. Between 2 mission mode saves with that design, King, I probably have like 170 shuttle launches under my belt. That's how I got so good at building rockets, man. I basically cut my teeth building space shuttles, like big space shuttles. Dude, if we go back in the album on my Imager a long time ago. Dude, I used to... Okay, so check this out. This is when I started Project Collins, okay? Initial shuttle construction, Collins Block 1. When I first built this thing, I literally built it from the ground up. Let's see if... Do we have a date on that album? Like, can I get a date on these pictures? I don't think so. But this was in the summer of 2013. No. I made the fuselage for the damn thing out of wings. I studied the shuttle's design back to front, looking at as many blueprints as I can and the operations manual as much as I could. This is before gizmoing was in the game. This is before anything was in the game. You had to mount parts via the attachment nodes or just a radial attachment point. And the payload bay doors actually worked. The payload bay doors would undock from the shuttle, and then I would use landing gear to push them all the way open, and then when they were all the way open, they found another docking port and docked and redocked to the shuttle. So yeah, I had a shuttle with working payload bay in the game a long time ago. This craft file is around. It's probably on my other computer. Do you still have the craft file? You still got the craft file? Yeah. It used to be a pain in the butt. You don't know how hard it was to make that. That took me a week to build the nose. No gizmos, guys. So you had to attach parts. You could only basically surface attach stuff. You couldn't like bring up the gizmo and move it around. The gizmos were one of the best contributions to Kerbal ever. Like, ever. Like, being able to do this with the spacecraft. Never could do that. Felipe Harvester, the original, the founding developer of Kerbal, put that in the game. And when he put that into the game, Kerbal's meta basically changed overnight. It changed overnight. I had to relearn... Throughout my tenure in KSP, I've had to relearn how to play the game multiple times. Like, I basically had to start over. You had to start over again. Like, that shuttle would not fly in Kerbal right now. It wouldn't fly. The reason why it wouldn't fly is because they redid the aero in 0.90. They completely redid the aerodynamics. And then when 1.0 came out, they added thermal and re-entry effects. One of the good buddies, my good buddies, C7. She she did the arrow model, and then she used a vertex shader to make the re-entry effect, something that's still in KSP to this day. Yeah, like I've had to relearn how to do it multiple times. And then they brought optimizations in 1.1 and 1.2. 1.2 is when they added the debug menu, and then I had to relearn how to play the game again. This thing, the arrow UI and all that stuff, that came in 1.2, and another former Kerbal developer named Nathan Kell, he put in, he was the proprietor behind all this, and then there was auto strutting and all this other stuff. Like, even with Kerbal construction, man, I basically had to relearn how to play again. Kerbal construction completely changes the way you do things. Honestly, pre-robotics, all this would have been possible, but it would have been more difficult. If you could add one major feature to KSP, what would it be? Don't say cables. A life support system in the stock game with scalable difficulty would be something that I would want. Life support systems, resupply, and snacks. Or dynamic weather, or at least weather that looks nice. That's the snacks mod. Yeah, no, lols, I know there's mods, I get it. There's TAC life support, and there's a bunch of other good stuff out there by the fantastic Kerbal modding community. But remember, we're talking about the stock game. If I wanted to see something added to the stock game, it would be a scalable difficulty life support system. So I wouldn't just add life support. That's a really bad idea. Because then the vast majority of players who have played Kerbal in the past, right, would basically, if you went to go reload up your save, all your Kerbals that didn't have any life support systems on other planets would die instantly. No. Bad idea. That's a bad way to do it. What I would do is a scalable life support system. So you, like, basically you have a difficulty slider, right? And at 0, Kerbal operates exactly like it operates right now, and you'd move the slider over here, and that would affect the rate at which Kerbals consume snacks, the rate at which life support is depleted. I would basically have life support as one of these here, as a consumable up here, a consumable resource. Not oxygen, not water, just basically snacks. And that's it. That's what I would add. Could you use just prototyping? It's getting there, Thomas. Could you use Condor instead of Freedom 7 in a case it may become useful? Condor, I don't own the rights to Condor in Mission Mode 2, Joshy. I could buy it if I wanted to. I would have to build the pad for it, though, if I did. Basically, Joshy, with Condor 9, I would have to change so much stuff because I built Condor 9 without any robotics. And the pad, too. The pad was retrofitted with robotics. I used it as an opportunity to teach myself how robotics worked, and I ended up working on that stupid thing for 6 months straight after robotics came out. And then I bored chat once again so much that chat's like, please play career mode, do something else. It is what it be. But I'd have to redesign it so much. I'd rather just build my own designs. Honestly, fellas, unless it's the space shuttle or something, I don't need to copy any particular real-life rocket. Like Freedom 7, that's not anything. There's nothing like this. Freedom 10, there's definitely nothing like that. I'd rather design my own rockets, incorporating stuff that I've learned from making clones of other rockets. Like, if I didn't put so much time and effort into building Collins, I would not be able to make Dart. I wouldn't be able to make Dart as useful as it is. Exclamation point, Eukerman. Okay, Tessa's already got it. So, yeah, I'm to the point, Joshy, where I probably wouldn't copy one particular design like 100%, dude. When I could just basically take the concepts of... I have enough dexterity in Kerbal to be able to take the concepts of like a couple of different lifters that I enjoy and put them all together in one shot. Like, I could basically make my own stuff. That's another thing that chat really got up my tailpipe about. Well, first it was the shuttle. They're like, you do too many shuttles. And then it was Condor, and they're like, you do too much Condor. And then it went to, you build too many launch pads, and then it was you build too many helicopters. I took a deep dive into helicopters for like 5 months straight, literally just doing helicopters every day. Yeah, I bored the heck out of chat with that. Basically, I spent all that time cutting my teeth on learning different things that I know enough about any particular concept to be dangerous. And now mission mode is about mission mode 2 is about taking all those stupid things that I learned, right? Like all these different things, like building shuttles and building boosters that land and building launch pads and stuff, and combining it all together to go at Kerbal in a way that nobody's ever gone at it before, previously. No one's played Kerbal like this. So, well, Blueland, the other thing is that taught me to regiment content in KSP, or regiment content as a streamer. It was really a growing experience as a streamer. You don't want to just keep doing the same thing over and over and over again. Why do you think I only work, I force myself to only work on cranes like once every week? Or like once every 2 weeks? There's a very good reason for that. I don't want to bore you to death with cranes. That in mission mode is way freaking cooler. Like, what would be the killer is seeing the cranes. What would be killer is seeing the cranes work in mission mode. But that goes back to me. That goes back to me needing to change the way I play and needing to kind of relearn how to play Kerbal with Kerbal construction. Yeah, that comes with that. Me basically needing to relearn how to do all this because if I could use cranes to make bigger launch pads, I theoretically would never have to afford the tier 3 VAB or the tier 3 SPH, and I could save millions at that point. So that's really that's why I do it in engineering mode. It's really about learning the meta for what you need to do to put a crane together. All right, we're going for integration here. That, and you know what, Blue? You know what would be really cool? Just being able to build a launch site wherever the hell I want a launch site. If I can, because think about it, man. If I could do that on Kerbal, I could do that on any planet. Launch sites on Eve? Sure. No problem. Duna? Easy. The Moon? Easier. Minmus? Probably difficult on Minmus, honestly, because of the low gravity. Oh, hold on. We had a little bit of a bind up there. Hang on a minute. But yeah, I mean, I'm always trying to push the envelope here, guys. I'm always trying to push Kerbal to the limit and make it work in ways that that nobody else does. I like playing Kerbal this way. It makes great content for the stream. I challenge myself to learn, and we all learn new stuff together. It's a great journey, dude. Taught me a lot. Made me the person that I am today. I'll be honest with you. Kerbal literally changed my life. And I have no problem saying that. Why don't you use that K200 crane you built to move stuff like darts and pallets and use the man-bass conversion to load science into modules? We could. I'd have to buy it, Reagan. Do I need it, though? That's the thing. It could be useful in that regard. Okay, let's wait until the booster gets plumb here. But yeah. Yeah, Josh, well, Project Mint Chip taught me how difficult it is to build a launch complex on Minmus. It's nigh impossible, dude. But with docking vessel hierarchy, so the stuff that this pad actually taught me about setting certain parts as certain things, it's probably not a bad way to. I could probably get it to work, but even then, I'd honestly, even though it's not as effective, I'd really rather do that on the moon or someplace that has better gravity. So like, it'd be better in the application of like doing it on Duna. You know what I mean? Can you imagine if we made a launch vehicle that's designed to work on Duna? Actually, the best application for that would probably be Eve or Lathe. It'd be easy. You just need those Armageddon thrusters for downforce. Oh, God. I mean, that was a thing. The LK lander from the Soviet Union did that. That's cool, Demo. I can only imagine what would have happened with cranes if you didn't have that deadline. Yeah, King, the deadline system is designed to prevent me from going down a rabbit hole like that. But eventually I'm going to have to do it because people will get bored of this gameplay eventually. They'll get bored of mission mode eventually. So I'm going to have to do it. Better take the bull by the horns and do it now. Another cool idea for life support would be different consume rates for each Kerbal. That way we'd need to balance the Kerbals we took on missions. Yeah, I mean, Theox, you'd want to start it as a general game feature and then based off of implementation, figure out a way to optimize it. You don't try to optimize before you implement, right? Especially in game design. That's what beta testing is about. The real problem with interplanetary launch sites and KSP is that you'd still need to launch payloads to those pads. If you're using a reusable launch vehicle, I mean, but see, like, Demo, why? The reusable launch pads will really just be for Kerbal descent and ascent vehicles, especially like in the application of Duna. Or a cargo lander to land down on the surface and then launch back up, right? Like, there's no point in, like, I wouldn't have a satellite, send a satellite to the surface of Duna so I could launch it to go to, like, Ike. That makes no sense. The systems that we implement for launch pads on other planets aren't going to be like this, right? I mean, unless the developers did a modification to Kerbal construction where, like, if you mine ore, right, you could use it to make parts or something, and then it would make sense. I mean, that's not a bad game mechanic to have right there. Be able to manufacture on other planets, that would be pretty cool. That'd be a pretty cool feature to add to KSP. Like, I think KSP 2 is going to have something like that on lockdown. It'd be nice to use Duna pads to bring the crew to Joule and beyond. Well, we're really going to get into some crazy architecture once we really have, like, the moon and everything on lock. And, I mean, look where we've gone. In less than a year, I've done in mission mode what quite literally has taken me, like, or like in half a year in mission mode, you know. Look at how, like, basically look at how far this mission mode has gone in lore. Like, in the story that it tells comparatively to other mission modes. The rate at which we iterate in this is way faster. So, I'm telling you, it might seem like more conventional stuff right now, but it will get crazy eventually. Like, we're still launching conventional rockets right now, you know? But down the road, oh, this is gonna get nuts. Okay, we're in at 89.7, so we need to... Okay, we're straight up. Down the road we need Neptune. Something like it. The damping is up on this stuff, demo. Exclamation point map, Eukerman. You know what the funny thing is, Apollo? Triton? The Triton rocket really, at that scale, with the overclocked engines, Apollo, Triton started exhibiting phenomena that happens with real rockets. Like, for instance, if you fire all the engines at maximum power all at once, you're gonna have a bad day. The rocket will blow itself to smithereens. You'll overstress the structural characteristics of the booster. That's absolutely a thing that happens in real life. With Triton, if I turned its engines on too fast, it would blow up. That's absolutely a thing. That's why the shuttle has an auto sequencer. And that's why most rockets have a sequencer start. Because they're well, I mean, that's because they're sequencing events. But sequenced ignition is a very well documented thing that rockets do. That's cool to me. I mean, that's cool that Triton started exhibiting actual characteristics of rockets when you play Kerbal at that scale. Okay. Pop that off. There's no damping on this because I'm trying to get it to act like a cable. Cables have tinsel.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Tensile strength. Sagittarian, hey, welcome to Mission Control. You go at throttle up. Thanks, man. That's a tier 1 sub. I appreciate it, buddy. Thank you. I hope you guys like what I do. This is just, all I'm doing here is playing Kerbal in a way that makes me happy. And that's really the big thing. If I wasn't streaming and that didn't become a thing, A, I'd probably still be playing KSP, and B, I would probably be doing this. New Rick and Morty season coming this June. That sounds great, Morty. I really, really appreciate it. So, once again, I hope you guys enjoy this ride that I take you on, I guess. And, yeah. Thanks for all the support over the years, dudes. Just on a side note. With everything you've learned about rockets over the years, how well do you think you could make a model rocket like Joey? Yeah, Combat, I could make it. I have confidence in myself. I could make it. The software is really where I'd have problems.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Dude. Sagittarian tense. Whoa. I said I think I earned your sub. I appreciate that I earned your sub, but you didn't need to do that. Holy crap, man. Thank you. I really appreciate it. It means a lot. If I came here and sold you in one stream, dude, that tells me that what I'm doing is what I should keep doing, dude. But I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, tensile strength, I guess, would be the lack of stretching, but that's what I'm trying to emulate. But it's the Kerbal joints between parts demo. Where I would really have... And Sagittarian, once again, thank you. 1,000 thank yous, really. I like it. It really makes me happy when people like what they see here, you know? Where I would really have problems with rockets is software. I know software. I took a Java class in high school. Like, I know basics. Yeah, I'm not that much of a software guy. Now, once again, two things. I'm not good at software. The first thing is, does that mean I couldn't be good at it? No. I would have to learn it. The only reason I'm bad at software engineering is because I haven't learned it. Okay? Second of all, I know very well from listening to people talk about code in chat and listening to what Drummer has to say about optimizations that we can make for the server and just the website and whatnot, that software engineering is probably as big, if not a bigger rabbit hole than aerospace engineering is. I would say that it's probably more. Because with software, you're really not bound by the laws of physics. I mean, you are with hardware engineering, but with software, you can make anything happen. I know good and well that, so like, I'm kind of like refraining from software because I'm like, oh man, I see what people can do with this. It's so ridiculously crazy. Like, this is a rabbit hole. I know enough about different forms of engineering to know what's a rabbit hole and what's not. Software is the rabbit hole. Oh, there's no doubt in my mind, dude. Yeah, I mean, with aerospace engineering, you're still bound by the laws of physics, you know? Like, your rocket has to have enough delta V. With software engineering, you could make a universe, for instance, where you only need 2400 delta V to get into space, right? Like, you can do anything with it. Crane is stowed. All right, let's recover this vessel and let's get our second stage out. Yeah, but the learning curve is a freaking Grand Canyon with, well, not really a Grand Canyon. Basic stuff is fairly straightforward. Once you start getting into, what is it called? Like more advanced stuff, like, I think, what is it, libraries or something, and getting different pieces of code to depend on each other and stuff, that's when it gets really freaking complicated. Yeah, exactly, Lorenz. I know that libraries is just one particular thing out of 1,000 different things that make software engineering complicated, but once you really start getting into it, yeah, it gets, the rabbit hole is very deep. I know that. But the ways to solve those problems is what makes people keep coming back. Like me, that's what happens to me with aerospace engineering, coming up with a better solution and optimizing that solution over time. It's the same. See, and this is why I know I'd like it, because it's the same thought, it's the same workflow. But you know, I like rockets on top of that, so that engineering kind of mindset towards rockets really works with me. Just think if you could set a spawn and recovery node in front of the VAB, so you have to take stuff down the trackway to deploy them at the pad. Jacka, if I knew a little bit about software engineering, what I would do is, I mean, we would do stuff like that, and, I would make logistics additions to the game, which I know are in the game already. Like, it takes time to manufacture a vehicle and stuff. I would implement my own version of that because I'm me. I don't like using other people's stuff. The best way to learn is to cut your teeth on it. And fortunately, I've found a way to take that process of learning how to do these things and make money off of it. You know what I mean? Like, so if we were going to get into software engineering, we would get pretty intense. EJ, speak English, please. We're in America. Come on. Well, some of you aren't, but you get what I'm trying to say. Yes, it gets really friggin' complicated, no doubt. Yeah, I mean, but honestly, you know what would be a fun thing to do, and I know I shouldn't do it because then I'm going to spend all this time making stuff, is guidance systems. KOS and KRPC. Like, I'd probably, which one of those uses Python? It's KRPC. I would probably do that. But the software, like, coding this stuff, so what I was just about to say is that coding this stuff would suck. But I know people wouldn't want to see that. But also at the same time, Also, at the same time, that would make a much more regimented testing regime. Like, okay, first stage. The first stage, right? We'd have to make it so the first stage burns for a certain amount of time. That would mean we would have to green run a first stage. And... That... To be honest, first I think you should not get the drummer. With me, I like going right for the jugular. Let's go right for the end goal. Honestly, I would install KRPC, have no idea what I'm doing, and I would have chat steer me through there. You guys would. I know you would. I know about Johnny's stream, Maslim, yeah. I mean, you know what? Software and landing systems would work very well, actually, for in the confines of mission mode. The only thing is, guys, mods are a slippery slope. You know that. I know that. Everyone knows that. Let's not kid ourselves. It's a very slippery slope. S, you have no money. I know, drummer. I know. Everybody's an expert on codes, on coding and stuff. But just kind of like, I can't help but think like it would work in the confines of mission mode, and it would help me come up with a better engineering and testing regime for the booster. GTA is in an hour and 15 minutes series. We got to send crew up to the station. We're gonna start. I'm targeting 11, but once again, you need flux with when launching rockets all the time. I would rather see RO, honestly. Well, my thing with mods, Pop Bear, has always been, what's my thing? My MO for playing KSP is doing things that nobody else does. And you know good and well I wouldn't be able to peddle my content as good as I can if these parts were unrecognizable. I want people to look at this and say, "Oh my gosh, you made a fully working launch complex in KSP? That's my hook. You know what I mean? That's my whole thing. I have no qualms about saying it. This stuff is what gets me viewers."
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Like, that's my content, dude, to a T. I don't want to use something like RSSRO and have people look at it and have the game not look like Kerbal. I want people to look at these parts and understand that these are docking ports and these are G11 hinges. These are the same parts that you have if you buy Kerbal right now and put the expansions in. These are the same parts, same exact things. That's always been a selling point of the stream. And you cannot tell me that it didn't work. If you didn't do differential calculation demo, I can sit here and talk with you about hypersonic reentry profiles. Do you think that I'm deterred by that? Yeah, I'll probably struggle. I don't care. You know why? Because I know. Don't test my resolve. If I want to learn something, I'll learn it. That's just how that works, dude. I'll struggle, sure, absolutely. But who else do you know that's not an aerospace engineer could talk to you about hypersonic reentry profiles and how different bow shocks can move the plasma in a different way, and how, you know, thermal transfer fluctuates because of the bow shock relative to the vehicle reentering? Like, do you know anybody that doesn't have an aerospace engineering degree that could tell you about that? I like the struggle, dude. I crave the damn struggle. I live in that stuff, man. My whole life is a damn struggle, for Christ's sake. Can't even wake up on time. But that's where you thrive, dude. I push myself. I push myself, and I put myself in situations that I have no idea how to solve. Sink or swim, dude. Because I'm stubborn and an idiot, and that's the way that I have to learn because I have a freaking caveman brain. In the words of Michael Reeves, ooga booga, caveman brain. Very wise words. My mama knows about that. What is bow shock? So, right when a vehicle re-enters through the atmosphere, the plasma, the way the plasma moves around the vehicle is kind of like a wake on a boat when it goes through water. But it's plasma, and it will wreck stuff if you're not careful. So here, let's go into rocket research pictures. And the bow shock is it's an angle of that wake, and that it fluctuates with speed. So if we go into the shuttle pictures here, take a look. This is a wind tunnel test of the shuttle with its hypersonic profile. And keep in mind, this is an isometric view from the side. But look, the nose cone on that shuttle, that little gray nose cone that's at the very tip of the nose, right? If that wasn't there, the shuttle would not come back. That nose cone is the reason why the shuttle comes home. That and the wing leading edges, right? You don't have either one of these, no shuttle. No shuttle come back. You get an expendable launch vehicle and an expendable crew vehicle as well. Not the good kind. The nose cone, so the nose cone basically straight up resists the temperature of the plasma that accumulates on it. And I say accumulate because what plasma does is it kind of just stays there. It kind of just stays there. Think of like ice on a car driving down the road. It just kind of, it accumulates on the car and it just kind of stays there, right? What that nose cone does is it avoids the plasma accumulation by basically shooting the plasma off to the sides. And the nose cone basically pierces the plasma and forces it away. That's what that bow shock is. It works like a bulbous bow on an aircraft carrier or a container ship, for instance. Don't get the bulbous bow stuck in the mud. It takes them a couple of days to get it dug out if you do. Pro tip. The nose cone basically does what a bulbous bow does with a ship, but with plasma. And what it does is it shoots it out in a cone around the shuttle's fuselage. Now, if you notice, because the shuttle's in at a 45-degree angle, that it shoots it up at a different angle that it shoots it down. That's why the shuttle has the tiles down here. The tiles really aren't designed to have plasma accumulate on them. It's designed to have plasma flow over them. That's why the tiles are so good at what they do. And the tiles basically just have the bow shock flow over them, essentially, right? And that's what keeps the rest of the shuttle cool. Yeah, check this out. I mean, Demo has another picture with like a capsule, right? Check it out. The shuttle's nose cone basically does this. It pushes the plasma out and away. Now, with the space shuttle, right? No, the more keen-eyed of you will note that there are different areas, like right here, where the bow shock is not as dense. Well, that's because the shuttle's fuselage is taking up that area, and the nose cone pushed it out of the way, so you have no plasma right here. More keen-eyed viewers will notice that there's another bow shock right here. Well, guess what that comes from? Right there, it comes from the wings. And more in particular, and keep in mind this does vary with the hypersonic speeds that the shuttle is traveling at, but right at the armpit of the wing is where is like the minimal bow shock angle. And once again, keep in mind, this stuff changes with speed. Believe it or not, the faster you're going, the more the theta of the shock relative to the vehicle's major axis. So as the shuttle slows down, that plasma shock actually converges and it gets closer and closer and closer to the fuselage of the shuttle, right? That's why there's RCC all the way down the wing, because the engineers at Rockwell, when they made this thing, knew that the plasma knife would eventually envelop the wing. and it would envelop the wing basically right to where the armpit of the wing is right there. And that's why there's RCC all the way from the armpit of the wing is where it's most built up, all the way out. Because they knew that's where the plasma would encounter the wing. The nose cone wasn't enough to move the plasma, to keep the shuttle's wings completely out of the reentry cone, so to speak. Is no plasma just cooler air that somehow got stuck? There's pressure differentials, but you're really, at hypersonic speeds, Ryfrost, you're really worried more about the plasma. Yeah, of course. The shuttle makes drag. The shuttle makes tons of drag. That's why you see this area right there. You see kind of a little area that has nothing in it. The shuttle's making drag. It's a reentry vehicle. So, right, a lot of people say, oh, yes, you know, the shuttle flies like trash. It flies like a brick with wings. Well, the secret of that is that NASA didn't build the space shuttle, go and fly it around and say, oh, wow, this thing flies terrible. Wow, this flies terrible. Nah, it's fine. That's not how engineers work. It's intentionally designed to fly like trash. Because what you don't want to do during reentry is speed up. Yeah, you don't want to do that. That's a bad idea. Don't speed up during reentry if you can help it. Yeah. The problem is you're falling and you speed up. The shuttle is designed to create crazy amounts of drag over the top and over the wings on purpose to slow itself down. That design, that aerodynamic design in itself helps the thermal protection system in that because you're not going as fast, the plasma accumulation doesn't get too great. Now, this is why, like, if you tried to re-enter a shuttle coming back from the moon, you'd be going way too fast. The shuttle can't create enough drag. It would dip too far into the atmosphere. The bow shock would basically cut the wings completely off. You'd be going way too fast. Too much plasma would accumulate for the nose cone to be able to push it out of the way. It's the exact same reason why, like a submarine, if you're going too fast and you spin those props too fast, you get cavitation. Same exact thing. This is why, like, an aircraft carrier can't go 100 miles an hour in the water. The plasma, it's just too much. You can't move it up. You can't move it out of the way fast enough. Yeah, plasma knife. Exactly, Fractal. The knife, that's why there's RCC on the wings, because the knife moves. Dude, it is wild stuff. Bedtime read for later. Oh, God, don't you do this to me. Yeah, and keep in mind, that's not just with plasma. Bow shocks happen with air when you're going supersonic. That's a T-38 breaking the sound barrier. And they used infrared to see what the air is doing. Check that out. You can see how all the different surfaces on the T-38 are breaking the sound barrier and have a bow shock in a slightly different way because it's a different, air is moving over that surface differently. It's always fascinating to me how a nose cone that says, basically, if you like slap the top of the nose cone, it's sharp enough to go through your freaking hand. How it can push air out at that angle, at that speed. That's fascinating. That's so crazy. So that's vacuum. It's low pressure. Low pressure. Not vacuum. It's just low pressure. Vacuum implies zero. I'm sure there's some point on the T-38 in this picture where there's literally no pressure. But the T-38 will fly through and that low pressure pocket will collapse. Striker! 41 months. Dang. TLDR. Physics do be wild, yo. Sneaky, it's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, this stuff is... Aerodynamics is... Air does weird things when you go through it fast. Stuff starts getting weird. It's getting weird, Jerry! Like... And when it collapses, you get a boom. Yeah, there's also that. Yeah, air starts doing really weird things. When you get past, like, 700 miles an hour... Air starts doing very weird stuff. And I'm talking about how fast the air is moving over the wing, not the plane's speed relative to the ground. Because different parts of the plane have air moving over it at different speeds, because that's how wings work. A wing has air moving slower underneath it at higher pressure and faster over the top of it at lower pressure. When you start to hit the sound barrier, obviously the pressure, the low pressure over the wing is going to break the sound barrier first, right? That's why it's called transonic. There's no like real hard static point where you're breaking the sound barrier, because it's all really dependent on airspeed. So now you're bringing in altitude, humidity, temperature into the fold. This stuff gets really complicated really fast. Anyway. And also you're going fast at the same time. There's also that. Striker with the bits, thank you very much. Yeah, that's Bernoulli, and then for supersonics, there's a guy named Whitcomb. And then you read about area rule, and you'll just really get confused. Is there any way we could get real clear video of a Falcon 9 coming in on board? I think that'll happen sooner rather than later. Study fluid mechanics and Reynolds number. I'm not familiar with Reynolds number, but yeah, fluid mechanics are insane, dude. Duber, it's just on a side note, it's why I'm convinced that physicists... It's why I'm convinced that physicists are just... Like in real life, you have the job title of a physicist or a degree in physics, right? All physicists are people that are trying to figure out life's game engine. They're trying to reverse engineer real life's game engine. That's all they're doing. And it's crazy. Insane, you mean insanely cool and insanely hard. Both of those things, Dockster. So yes. Dude, it's wild stuff. Shocks are cool, but to bring the conversation back to the important stuff, KRPC when? I don't know. Like, somebody sat there, Dockster, like, what's crazy to me is that somebody sat there and said, you know what? I'm going to figure out this really crazy concept today. Well, no, the reality of that situation is that, you know, somebody said, I want to make an airplane go faster, and I have no idea how to do that. So let's try and make an airplane go faster, and then we'll figure it out from there. It's not just, you can't just simply add more boosters to your airplane. Or add more engines. They tried that with the F4, and it kind of worked. Kind of. There's a space between laminar and turbulent flow with Reynolds number that fluids don't act one way or the other. Damn, apathetic fluids. Yeah, even laminar and turbulent flow in itself is freaking wild, dude. Like, Docs, I've been reading about this stuff for a long time. I got a decade under my belt of just, you know, using it as, talking about it here and reading about it and stuff, and it still blows my mind. Like, I'm still fascinated by it. Like, how does that... What? Hypersonic bow shot plasma wakes? What the frick? Is that Star Wars? Like, hello? I'm studying industrial engineering next year, and I'm studying fluid mechanics and that stuff, so I hope I do well. Industrial engineering's cool, man. Docs, that's another rabbit hole for me. I love the machine that builds the machine, if you didn't realize. I like the machine that builds the machine. Fun stuff, man. Yeah, even building the pad, dude. That was actually, this is more structural engineering than industrial, but let's get this. All right, we're almost ready to put Dart on top of this thing. Okay, let's check for alignment here. Control from here. Second stage is pretty much plumb at 89.9. Okay. If you could have Squad add one real-world analog engine to the game, what would it be? Raptor. Yeah, I didn't need to think about that very long. The reason why I would have them add Raptor is because even a scaled version for Kerbal, it would be frigging cheating. Because in Kerbal, we don't have to worry about, you know, like hard starting an engine. So yeah, it would very much be Raptor. I mean, RS-25s are already in the game. Actually, KSP could do with an engine like the Merlin. You know, you said the shuttle engine's already in the game, and that's right. We have the KS-25, right? A very high thrust to weight, very light throttleable engine. So think about like something that's the size of an LVT-45, but makes a ton of thrust and is efficient enough. Like a high TWR first stage engine would be really nice. That's something that Kerbal doesn't really have. The Skipper would probably be the closest one, but the linear aerospikes actually have crap TWR. They're not very good. They give you a better specific impulse across altitude transients. So basically, they're efficient down here and efficient up there. But usually, when you have a more efficient motor, you don't necessarily have more thrust. You know what I mean? You can have efficient and low thrust engines. The aerospikes in this game are okay. They're good. You'd use them for an SSTO, but it's a toroidal aerospike, which I'm like, eh, alright. A linear aerospike would be cool. If they added the XRS 2200, now that's something I could get behind. Anyway. Let me check for alignment on the stage. $89.8. Let's get the service gantries up. The BE4 would be nice. Yeah, like the oxygen-rich stage combustion cycle. So, like high TWR first stage engines. So something like a Merlin or an RD-191 would be really useful. Especially in the mid-game with this. But then again, you know. Eh. What's the engine on New Shepard? It's a BE3U? Or just a BE3? The BE3U is what's going on New Glenn. I agree, Demo. I literally have never used the toroidal aerospike in any one of my lifter designs. It's a waste of time. Alright, the service gantries are up and in position. Who else goes through all this effort to launch one rocket? Ah, Solo, you don't lie. You love it. Just look at it this way, bud. It used to take me 45 minutes to launch something into orbit. Nowadays, it still does. I just found a different way. To do it. And frankly, I think this way is more entertaining. With Kerbal, if you want to stream Kerbal effectively, you have to have a little bit of downtime to be able to explain what the heck you're doing. That's pretty damn important. Ain't no complaining, yeah, right? Alright. So we need this truck to grab darts. Oh. Wait a minute, how the heck did I grab this thing? How am I gonna grab this with... Well, it's raining. Get the dang radial tires out. How are we gonna do this? Did you go to min-miss? No, you didn't miss it, Boris. I actually missed the probe, I missed the probe correction burn. Well, we can do it again. It's not a problem, though. So the lander's still out there, and I time warped past it because today we needed to do the time warps, and I'm not gonna not time warp, you know.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
But yeah, no, I haven't landed on min-miss yet. Hey, what's up, man? Big D, tier 3, 73, 73 months. Woo! I'm actually going to show up for racing tonight. Really? That's awesome, man. That's cool. Any particular reason? Yeah, Big D, I forgot. Or not Big D, Big Papa Bear, sorry, I'm getting my bigs confused. Hey, Big D, I have a question for you. Dude, there's this YouTube channel that I came across the other day. And it's a guy in I think he's out of Ames. Ames, Iowa. And he this guy like specializes in like MGs and British, like classic British like two-door coupes and stuff. I've been watching GTA RP and it got me in the mood. I'm also done with WoW rating. Oh, you went down the WoW rabbit hole? Oh god, I'm sorry. In vanilla, I trust. Please tell me it was in vanilla. This will actually fix this problem. By the way, if you wanted to change the bridge block texture, now would be the time to make up your mind. No. Rating is all I do. I hate the rest. Now Shadowlands is fun. Oh, okay. Big D, there's this... I came across this YouTube channel, and it's a guy that he's definitely... I think he's SCCA, if I'm remembering right. And this dude just... He's in Iowa, and he, like, all he does is specialize in, like, MGB GTs and MGBs and Sunbeams and Triumphs and stuff. What's the channel? It's called This Week with Cars. I'm wondering if you... Dude, I'm pretty sure your dad has to know this guy. He has to know this dude. Alright. Yeah, This Week with Cars. Like, I was watching the channel the other day and the guy was going through his collection and I'm like, there's no way this guy doesn't... There's no way. You have... like, if you don't know who this is, man, you'd love that channel. RGB photo of the integration tower. Joe found the rocket. Damaged. FV, for GTA, you can either add somebody on friends or you could join the crew. Look at that sucker. Look at the size of the the flanges on each end. This thing is going to be heavy duty, man. Yeah. I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to say it when they launched it because I want Joe to succeed as much as everybody else does. So I didn't want to be the stick in the mud. But usually when your telemetry goes out going Mach 1.5 at 500 meters a second on the way up. Structural. The rocket can't move the air out of the way fast enough, so it puts compression load on the vehicle's major axis, and you can break stuff. This is why you throttle down for max Q. Now, I'm not saying, oh, Joe, all you should have done is just throttle down for max Q. I know more about this than you. No, that's not what I'm getting at. Joe will learn, and he's a smart dude. He'll figure it out. But, I mean, look. Oh, yeah, that thing got... Oof. I don't recognize either of them, but I'll put my dad to it and see if he knows them. Right on, dude. Yeah, usually when your telemetry goes out like that, it's not... Oh, the antenna malfunction. Most of the time, the antenna on rockets is inside of the rocket. You don't want to put the antenna outside because you don't want it susceptible to aerodynamics, right? So, if the antenna isn't transmitting... and it's inside the rocket, that means something went haywire inside of the rocket. But once again, for a first attempt, let me be clear. For a first attempt, the rocket is in a discernible piece. Like, you can blatantly tell that that's the rocket, right? The fact that you can blatantly tell that that's the rocket is a very, 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 very good result for a first attempt, for a first try at doing something like this. I will say that straight up. My boy Joe does it right. He's cool, man. I feel sorry for Joe Barnard. L3 certification is not easy to get. Yeah. Hey, once again, Joe's a smart dude. He'll figure it out. I'm not worried. Not worried. All right, anyway. Alright, now we're gonna jack up the suspension here. It should be enough. That should just be enough to move this thing around. We're gonna take Explorer for a ride here. About how long till racing? 45 minutes? I said the other day that I really didn't want to do model rocketry at all. But seeing Joe do it made me happy. It's like when you watch your favorite streamer play a game and you're like, oh, I should do that. Damn it, Joe. I used to fire off a bunch of Estes rockets. It was a lot of fun. I gotta turn the shuttle around 180 degrees. I have no idea. Satisfactory 200 hours in 3 weeks. It does that. Shock, I always put a disclaimer before stuff like that all the time for very good reason. If a game's a rabbit hole, I will tell you. Oh wow, what's that, Ryan? New tweet from Joe. He'll buff out. That's gotta be aerodynamic load. Except KSP, yeah. Tessa, you noticed that, huh? Like I said, if the telemetry goes out on the way up like that, it's not because, like, I mean, it's a possibility that you could, like, vibrations could happen, right? But if the antenna takes a dump like that, that means not ideal. But hey, still, for a first attempt, it's friggin' great. Like, I'm so proud of those dudes and dudettes. They did real good. I know good and well that this stuff is not easy. Even building something that just goes up and comes down. Striker! Look at these KSP frames. My favorite. Means EJ's doing crazy things. Looks like he core sampled, actually. Ironic. I think not. What's that? Ugh. I wish there was an easier way to move these things in for integration, guys, but there really isn't. Hope your week was well and your weekend is off to a good start. Striker, any day that I get to sit here and hang around with you guys is a good day. I mean, 99% of the time. Yeah, everything's good. How about you? Oh my god. Riveting content from me right now. Soviets would have used the giant railroad turntable. Probably. Hey, the application of trains when it comes to moving rockets around is actually pretty good. Everyone has done that in some way, shape, or form. Trains are actually really good at moving heavy things around. Think you might make a shuttle in mission mode? There's a shuttle right on your screen right now. You're talking about like a NASA's space shuttle, maybe. A turntable, it's not a bad idea. Tessa, until I figure out a good way to store these things and process them, i.e. with a complex that doesn't blow up when I try to use it, like the dartboard, yeah, this is the best way to do it for right now. Will an SSDO be soon in mission mode? Not my decision, Duber. Seriously, it's not my decision. chat votes on what we want to do. Now, I have a couple of options here. I'm letting the electrical recharge. There is a couple of options. Does anybody know how much they had to rework the space shuttle external tank for SLS? IFL, what are you looking to understand in terms of what are you looking to understand in terms of like the differences? The core stage is slightly bigger than the external tank, and it's manufactured in a different way. Oh, yeah, that's it's not a bad idea. I gotta let the electrical recharge, guys. You know what I could do? We could turn the fuel cell on. Oh, it is. This fuel cell is already on. No, Kerbal, it's friction stir welded aluminum, right? But, yeah, I mean, it's an aluminum lithium alloy, friction stir welded with internal milled baffling or milled stringers for structure. The inner tank is very similar. The umbilicals are obviously a little bit different, right? Because it's not feeding to a shuttle that's attached to the side, right? And then it has an inner stage at the top. To be able to better hold like a bunch of stuff on top of the rocket. One of the big things that they had to do for between the ET and the core stage, and once again, I'm letting the electrical recharge. One of the big things that they had to do between the external tank and the core stage is figure out how much the external tank's design can take load on the long axis, so up and down. Why? The external tanks have a shuttle hanging off the side. The SLS core stage has no shuttle on the side and has an upper stage and an Orion capsule and another payload sitting on the top. So they did go about manufacturing the core stage a little bit differently. The core stage rings are manufactured on a vertical friction stir welder, and with the shuttle they did horizontal. I know that's one of the big ones. But then again, they ended up assembling the SLS core stage like the external tank. They ended up assembling it horizontally. The core stage was originally designed to be assembled vertically, but Jim Bridenstine nixed that idea. He said that was stupid. And they assembled it horizontally, and it was fine. It needs the EU SRJ. SLS should have been designed with the exploration upper stage basically from the start. Yeah. It should have been designed like that from the start. With that waterfall style testing, doing interim stuff like an ICPS is just a stupid idea. If you wanted to do incremental testing like that, like the way that SpaceX does it would be better. Like design one component at a time, right? But must C3. Do you think it'll ever get a rename? Yeah? Alright, here's what we're gonna do. Ready? I'm just gonna sit here and we're gonna do this for a second and let the electrical recharge. There we go. Well, that was strange. Really? Come on, I'm almost there. This is excruciating. Honestly, Ares was a great name for a rocket. I wouldn't mind if they named SLS Ares 4, because that's basically what it is. Ares 4 would be cool. I mean, SLS is heavily derived from Ares, so... Oh my god. This is excruciating. Just... turn. SLS and Ares are both jobs programs. Who told you that, Eiffel? Is that some garbage opinion you saw regurgitated on Reddit? Because if SLS and Ares are jobs programs, what's the Apollo program? Honest question. What do you consider the Apollo program then? What is a jobs program? The idea is that you get congressional money for your district by having people do jobs. Yeah, Josh, it's something I just generally never understood. Everybody says it's a jobs program like it's in some bad connotation or something. Jobs program 2. Not disputing a Super Heavy launch vehicle was important for NASA, since the Senate mandated it had to use STS hardware. Yeah, you know why? Because they were trying to save the Super Heavy lift program that was trying to get thrown out the window. That's what happens when the executive branch and Congress don't agree on what NASA should be doing. NASA IPO when? So, like, I felt, be careful. It's not a jobs program. It's not a jobs program with a negative connotation. By that logic, the post office is useless, and so is the FAA, and so is the FCC, and so is the FDA, and so is the EPA. That's a stupid thing to say. Don't do that. Now, you want to get hung up on, you know, why Congress said you have to use STS parts? Well, the long story short reason is because that was the only way they could get everybody to agree. Because the executive branch was very vehement on getting rid of Constellation. So Congress panicked, and as a way to try and salvage our Super Heavy launch program and our National Space Program, they said, no, it needs to use shuttle engines. And wouldn't you know, even then, after that, they still cut all the jobs from the shuttle program, which is stupid. jobs program my butt. So this jobs program nonsense, dude. Be careful with that, because that's not right. Oh my god. This stupid thing is perfectly counterbalancing. If you could take all the funding from SLS and put it into public-private partnerships, don't you think we'd get more benefit per tax dollar spent? Yeah, Shadow, that's another crap argument, to be honest with you. Yeah, most likely. Do you want corporations controlling who goes to and from the moon? Do you want that? I don't want that. That's a bad idea. That's a very bad idea. Let's not do that. Sounds like the plot of Outer Worlds. We'd be foolish to leave ourselves open like that. That's Shadow Mask. That's why I've always advocated. Oh god, I've spent like 30 minutes trying to get this stupid thing aligned. That's why I've always advocated for public and private space programs as a safeguarding method. You know, because I don't want the government. If the government is the only one that has access to go to the moon, nothing will ever get done. SLS is a good point. SLS is a good point to that argument. If there's no, especially if there's no other governments that can go. Look what happened. We threw Saturn V out the window because we knew that the Soviets couldn't make the thing work. We knew they couldn't get to the moon, so we said, yeah, we don't need that anymore. So having a government monopoly on one type of transportation system is dumb. Simultaneously, you think the government's going to allow having a corporation be able to get to the moon and they can't? Hell no. Bad idea. It's not a good way to operate, dude. We need to have a healthy national space program, and we need commercial. Now, don't get me wrong. Both of those entities can exist, and both of those entities can work with each other, like SpaceX with commercial crew. Great idea. But I think it's very, 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 very important that we keep a national space program going with commercial. Mad Cobra, irrelevant. But yeah. It's kind of anecdotal, don't you think? Alright, finally. Freaking stupid thing. One more Very and you're sold. I see these types of opinions get thrown around on Reddit, on Twitter, here, on other Twitch streams. Any polite conversation that's about space, I see this stuff get thrown around. And it's very clear to me that the vast majority of people here are not looking 5 to 10 years down the road when it comes to long-term exploration. And unfortunately, with spaceflight, that's exactly what you have to do. Well, not unfortunately. It's not unfortunately, it's what you have to do. You're gonna get someone killed if you don't do that. Also, at the same time, it's very I forgot where I was going with that because I was reading what you're saying. There's no way a corporation that does significant space business in the U.S. is going to tell the government to shove off if they ask them to do something. It's important to have public-private partnerships, but not have any one entity have a monopoly on being able to go somewhere. This is how we go further into space. The space race is a great example of that. And now, again, if the space race has to be between public and public and commercial entities, that's fine. The post office and FedEx exist. The post office and DHL exist. Every country has their own post office, has a national post system. Every single country, every single established country has a post system. Also with commercial. Why is that? I don't understand why we shouldn't do that with space flight. That's a very good way to do it. Pawning it off to commercial would be a big mistake. Political incentives for SLS aren't an inherent negative, just an explanation as to why it's costing as much as it is. Political incentives. What's a congressperson? What's a representative's job? A representative's job in Congress is to represent the people. And if that means and improve their quality of life and defend their rights, right? If you can get a multi-billion-dollar deal from the feds to put a NASA program in your sector, and then, you know, say somebody comes down the road and says, that's stupid, you shouldn't do that, and you admitting that that would be okay would literally put thousands of your constituents out of a job, why the hell would you do that? Like, that's... Oh, political incentives. Yeah, of course. Like, duh. Like, what else is it? Like, you know, you can say that explains it, and that's fine, but you know good and well, I felt that everyone uses that as an excuse to just bash on SLS and NASA, and that just pisses me off. Because, you know, honestly, if all the money... Hear me out. If all the money from... You know, say they just canceled the SLS program, all right? They canceled the SLS program, and all that money went to SpaceX all of a sudden. I would literally want the people that are in charge of the SLS program investigated for dereliction of duty because they're not doing their job. I'll go so far as to say that. The system is ineffective by design. What it needs is an outside force. It needs a constituent. Not a constituent. It needs it needs something else, like a commercial entity, right? Or another government showing that capability, right? So, like, the point that I'm trying to make to you is that if another entity like that exists, the system all of a sudden magically becomes effective, like the Apollo program. Perfect example. I think you can defend SLS without excusing the fact that it's 5 years overdue for its first launch. Last, the post office is actually a perfect analogy. Recent changes. Yeah, pretty much demo. Shadow Mask, do you mean can or can't? Pretty much, RJ. SLS, the reason why SLS hasn't launched is because nobody had the balls to be able to commit to a deadline. No political will behind the project. Only the political will to keep jobs, as you guys have been succinctly saying. This is why deadlines are important. We choose to go to the moon in this decade. We choose to build a space station by the end of the 80s. Yeah, that didn't happen, but because of Challenger. But, you know, we choose to work on an international space station and have it assembled by 2010. We choose to go back to the moon in 2024. Not because it's easy, but because it's hard. That's how you get stuff done. You need to have accountability. The only way to have accountability in a government space program is to have deadlines. So, I mean, I honestly think that people that write off deadlines as a political move are stupid because they're literally trying to write off a political move by a politician. I don't think addition is math because addition pisses me off. Addition is so stupid. You know, how dare numbers add each other to add themselves together? That's stupid. See how dumb that argument is? SLS needs a deadline and it needs a concrete mission, Shadow Mask. That's something that it didn't have. It didn't have that because it was a compromise off of Constellation. Journey to Mars, going to asteroids sometime in the 2030s. What is that? They pawned off the space program. They kicked the can down the road, and that got nothing done, and the whole system stagnated. And we took probably about 15 steps backwards in terms of capability. You need a deadline. Look, the last president made a deadline, 2024, right? And stuff magically you saw stuff starting to get done. Magically out of nowhere, SLS started getting put together, and it started getting assembled, and we started seeing progress, and we started all the way up to the green run. You know what I mean? You have to have these deadlines. That's how you have that political will, and those deadlines come from adversarial things like other governments or commercial. In this case, it could be either one. It should be, Bill, yep. I would kill to see SpaceX accounting for development costs for Starship Super Heavy after it's done to compare to SLS. I know we never will, but still. Starship's development is easily already surpassed $1 billion, I think that's a reasonable thing to say. Guys, like, there's no secret to this. It's almost like building a super heavy launch vehicle is tough. Rockets don't scale. Cost scales exponentially with size, cost and difficulty. Okay? That's why it was stupid to surrender the Saturn V. That was dumb. That was really stupid. That's probably the stupidest decision NASA has ever made. And then again, it wasn't really their decision either. But super heavy lift is difficult. It's very, very difficult. It's a very difficult thing to do. You can't just say build a bigger rocket. That requires billions of dollars in research and development. And unless you want to get someone killed, it's going to require a lot of time and a lot of testing. SLS is no exception to this. Okay? $89.9. Let's go. All right. We're going to lift Explorer. I wish this integration didn't take this long. Honestly, the thing doing 3-point turns out here all day screwed me. Yeah, Green, I'm getting good vibes, but honestly, there's no conclusiveness, which is not acceptable. I have not heard anybody talk about 2024 since January 20th regarding NASA. Not good. Not good at all. Kicking the can down the road is what I'm deathly afraid of that. That's going to be a real problem. The SLS program will go back to being stagnant if you push it out. Because right now, what they did was scaled their time frames for 2024. And if we do that, if we don't commit to 2024 lunar landing, you'll start seeing deadlines slip again. How do you feel about James Webb scope creep? Do you think NASA will keep doing large telescopes after it? Would it turn better with steering enabled on both sets of wheels? Nah, the problem is I'm dragging a sled around twitching. And stuff in Kerbal, when it touches the ground, really likes to get dug into the ground. Except if it's landing legs. Unironically, landing legs are the only things in this game that don't dig into the ground. I-beams dig into the ground really well, though. I agree. Phil. You don't commit to 2024, nobody sees funding the human landing system as a good thing. And you know what's funny? The only person that does is, well, the only person that does is a senator from Alabama that everyone loves bashing for whatever stupid reason. Hey, guess what? Guess who's in charge of the HLS program? Marshall Space Flight Center. Guess where that is? Uh-oh. Everybody likes bashing that guy. They say, oh, he's a piece of crap. He's a piece of crap because he does a good job getting more money for his constituents. Yeah, he's terrible, though. Yep. Yeah. Not good. Not good. Not good. And I felt, actually, that was the other thing that I was going to say. What I really hate the most, and I hate people the most that attach their political baggage to the space program. That pisses me off. That's probably my biggest pet peeve. I hate it when people put an underlying agenda on top of NASA. I hate it. I can't stand that. The reason why is that tells me that people don't really give a crap about NASA, but they want to use NASA to achieve a goal that's not what NASA was originally designed to do. Okay? I really, really, really don't like people that do that. NASA should be about aeronautical and space research and going further into space. Okay? I live in Alabama. We hate him too. Okay. Yeah, Josh, that's what I mean. Anybody that tries to frame it that way is an idiot. It's not. Space is for everyone, and I will firmly believe that. I will firmly die on that hill. I don't give a crap where you fall on the political spectrum. It's something that everyone can get behind. All right? You know why? The USSR had a space program, and the US has the space program. That tells me more than anything, the entire space race tells me more than anything that if anyone that tries to frame this as some type of dog crap political issue or a partisan issue is an idiot and has an ulterior motive. They don't care about space. And that, I see that as a problem. I don't know about you guys. I mean, wasn't that what happened recently? Yeah, RJ, I would call that correcting the curve. Or correcting course, but yeah, I mean, if you want to look at it that way. Charisma is not political, whatever the money involved very much is. But yeah, agreed, Lig. What does that tell me? That tells me that politicians should do a better job. And we should hold them accountable for it, don't you think? But, I mean, once again, this is getting way too far into Rule 8. So, I'm not going to, I don't want to talk about it much anymore, guys. Let's get this thing up into space, okay? But yeah, that's my big one. I really don't like it. I really don't like people that do that, because all that's going to do is water down NASA's message with other things that is not important to NASA, and I have a problem with that. Yeah, SC, I know what you mean. Okay, spacecraft is integrated. Excellent. Let's check for alignment on DART here. 89.7. Okay, let me pull the bracket off. 89.7 still is good. It's still okay. 89.7 is well within tolerance. The last DART that we launched was in tolerance, so I mean, we launched it at 89.7 and it was fine. So let's commence our orbiter TPS scraping procedure, as is tradition. Just bang up that nose cone. It'll be fine. Launch tonight. Yep. I'm going to get this thing up into space, and then we're going to do some GTA racing. I think part of the problem is some people seem to think that the idea of space is for everyone is arguable. Yeah, I don't know, Demo. I found that anyone... There's two people I don't like. Type of space folks that I don't like. One is somebody that's willing to play the blame game, implying that one person is responsible for why the space program isn't doing good. Those people, literally, it's I don't like this guy, so I'm going to find a way to blame him. Horse crap argument. The second one is folks that really can't come up with a good reason why they think that the way that they do, other than, oh, this is what I heard from a guy. Some people frame their entire ideology around spaceflight based off of something that they heard from a guy, and they tell people about it that way. You see that type of garbage on Reddit and on Twitter all the time. Anytime somebody talks about SLS, SLS is just a jobs program. Anybody that says that to me, and I feel I'm not trying to pick on you. Anybody that says something like that to me basically is a red flag that I'm talking to a person that has no idea what they're talking about. And unfortunately, in this day and age, everyone really thinks that they're a space flight expert for some reason. And, you know, I know what people are going to say. Well, EJ, do you fancy yourself a space flight expert? Hell no. I have no idea what I'm talking about. Why the hell would you listen to me? I'm not an expert on this, but I know a good deal. And I know enough to know that folks that are doing that have some type of weird ulterior motive that I can't put my finger on. I don't know why, because they never say it, because you know, they don't want to, I don't know, say their ulterior motives or something. I have no idea. I resemble that remark. And don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to pick on Reddit or Twitter or anything, but look, like, I don't know a lot about the space program comparatively to, like, somebody that works on the space program, okay? So, like, I'm not going to sit here and go toe-to-toe with, like, Jim Bridenstine on how to run a space program correctly. The reason is because guy ran NASA. He probably knows a little bit more about it than me. However, what I do know is that I've taken decades. It's taken a decade for me to get to this level of knowledge, and I still don't know enough. Like, could I run NASA? No way. Not a chance. I would be terrible at it. Could I run NASA? No, not a chance in hell.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
But the fact that I know that, I mean, the fact that I know that tells me that I have a grasp on it, but it's not enough to be dangerous is what I call it. You know what I mean? Okay, we got to reinstall the bracket here on the vehicle. Interesting question for you. How do you deal with being that position? You're essentially a talking head for a subset of the community, and as such, I can guarantee that some people will just regurgitate what you say without parsing it themselves. How do you try to prevent that? I literally sit here and tell people to think for themselves and not regurgitate my opinion and not listen to me because I know nothing about spaceflight. Demo, I literally say that every time we talk about the subject matter that we're talking about. Every single time. I'm not saying I know more than the other guy. I'm saying I know enough to know who's talking crap and who isn't. I got 37 Lamborghinis in my Lamborghini account. Forlorn, 28-month resub. SLS is a nice mix of Apollo and shuttle programs. Sure. All right, let's take the bracket and whoop. Magnetization should do its thing. And it's snap docked to the truck, but it's fine. Like, I know enough about aerospace engineering to acknowledge the fact that I literally don't know anything about it. Does that make sense? It's a weird kind of paradox going on there, but like, and it's very easy for me to see other people that also don't know what they're talking about. I'm no expert. I'm pretty sure rocket engines get pretty warm on launch. 321 knows what he's talking about. Good on you, son. Yeah, did you see the truck snap and then clip into the ground? That's a snap dock. Snap docks can cause Kraken strikes, but the wheels on the truck absorbed the impact, so it's all right. Yeah, I know, Builder, right? But it isn't definitely going to prevent it. Have you thought of any other rhetorical methods of that inherit? What the hell just happened? Have you thought of any other rhetorical methods to inherently prevent it? Demo, my entire curriculum And my entire way of teaching things to people is literally centered around 3 words. Think about it. Think for yourself. You might not see it, but every single time I go to teach somebody something about something somewhere, I'll come up with an analogy. I'll come up with a way to explain it in a way that gets the gears turning. That's how I teach. I teach my entire teaching curriculum, or my entire teaching style is not about just telling you information and you regurgitating it back to me. It's about telling you the information in a way where you have to think. You have to think to get to the end goal. I never hold anybody's hand when it comes to explaining stuff, unless they're a little kid or something asking me a question, in which case I'll do that. But demo somebody like you have a question, somebody that's in high school has a question, basically anyone that's a young adult or adult, I will teach in a way that has them come to the conclusion that I'm trying to get at. My entire teaching style, if you could call it that, is based around you coming to the conclusion, not me. I'm not going to sit here and tell you what to say and what to think. You should be using your brain, right? This is why when I talk about SLS and I talk about jobs for I talk about all this stuff, I explain exactly why I think the way that I do. People can disagree with that. That's fine. But I always try to phrase it in a way where people would be thinking for themselves. It's kind of like the reverse of Inception. You know what I mean? Like in Inception, the whole plot is that they come to the conclusion themselves. I do the same thing or something similar, except teaching people. Also, if you spin the dreidel right now, it'll stop spin. It won't stop spinning, by the way. My entire thing is based off of getting people to use their brains. Like I said, you might not notice it, but I've implemented it this way on purpose. And I've had nothing but time to think about more potent ways to do exactly that. What do you think mission mode is? Mission mode is a way for me to explain the concepts and the thinking and the logic behind what it takes to run a space program. It is a psyop against you guys to get you guys to understand how spaceflight works better. Maybe not a psyop. That's probably not the right way to say that, but whatever. I mean, it's teaching. It's teaching you what it takes to run a space program and the general concepts. It's like running a space program 101 or space flight for dummies or something. And not just launching the rocket into space, mission profiles, vehicle architecture, how the whole system goes together, production, time scales, time frames, funding, all of that. It's a general way of teaching all that. And the entire mission mode, voting with polls, we're on the directions of the space program, funding different things, short deadlines versus long deadlines, is entirely centered around you guys thinking what's best for the space program. My entire stream is built off of that, and I have no problem showing people my secret sauce. That's basically what it is. If anybody can do it better, please do it better, because space is too important to not. Has the other dart already come down? No, Ryan. That's going to be the next stream. Demo. So, long story short, yes, I've thought of that. Absolutely. It's very important to me. And I only say it every once in a while to, critically think for yourself. But you can tell somebody to critically think for themselves, or you can teach them how to do it. Every space news, I break down concepts. Why did SpaceX build this way? What do you think they're testing? I ask questions to get chat engaged and to get you guys turning the gears. And I'd have to say, it's pretty damn potent. It's a pretty damn potent way of teaching people. You guys don't even realize that you're learning stuff. It's hilarious to me. A lot of you guys just, I see it with the questions that people ask. Over time, people ask better and better questions. The questions go from, hey, would it be possible for Falcon Heavy to build Gateway, to, hey, what do you think Falcon Heavy's Delta V number, what's the C3 for Falcon Heavy to geostationary orbit? I hear your questions change over time, and I scale my I scale my explanations and formulas based off of your learning level. That's part of the reason why I like to know about you guys. I like to know where you come from, what's your background and stuff. It helps me teach better. Like demo, that's part of the reason why I make it a thing to keep track of what, where you are. And I don't do that by saying, hey, what state are you in? Where are you? What's going on in your life right now? You told me, I did it to you the other day. I did it to you the other day when you started talking about your the hypersonics class that you were taking. You're almost ready to graduate. So that tells me that I can really nerd the hell out with you with this stuff, and it's not a big deal. I mean, you've already proved that. But these conversations with regular viewers help me teach the regular viewers better. My entire thing is based around exactly what you just honed in on. And once again, I don't give a crap if people know my secret sauce. I really don't. First of all, if you think you can do it better, please do. Yeah, please do. Space is too important. If you think you can do it better than me, throw your hat into the ring and do it. I don't consider spaceflight, especially streaming and doing STEM education with spaceflight, as some pissing contest of who can get the most viewers. I don't look at it that way. I never have. Oh, there you go, Repit. Right on. It's not some stupid, oh, I can get more viewers teaching space than this person. That's dumb. I do it because this needs to be done. I firmly, honestly, truly believe with all my heart that we need to go. Our destiny lies up there in the stars. We can't stay here forever. And, you could sit here and say, oh, EJ, that's not going to happen. Oh, EJ, we're not going to get hit by an asteroid tomorrow. Asteroid Day is coming up in June, by the way. Oh, we're not going to have a coronal mass injection that'll literally be like an EMP charge taking out our entire infrastructure. That also could happen. EJ, the magnetic field won't shift and cause drastic climate change. Yeah. There's 1,000 different ways we could go extinct like that, and we'd never see it coming. We need to go out into space. It's vital to the species. It's vital to us. Our destiny lies up there, not down here. Staying here is like a baby staying in the cradle till they're 10. We're never going to get anything done. We're never going to progress and improve the human condition to the next level. Do you want to get to the next level? I do. To be honest, I'm asking this because sometimes I get the vibe that you're unintentionally soapboxing some things. Starship speculation. I totally understand it can be fun to speculate about what they're doing with friends, but sometimes it sounds like your speculations are fact. Now, that could just be me, and I don't really know how you could solve it. I just think there might be a better way to have fun speculating about stuff with a sense of authority or without the sense of authority or a higher knowledge. Yeah, see, Demo, you're not here for all the streams. You're not here for every stream. You're not here for, even if you're here for a stream, you're not here for the whole time because I stream 12 hours a day. That would be weird. Every time I go into speculation about rocket failures or construction or what they're doing, I always say I'm guessing and you shouldn't guess. There's no guessing in rocket science. I precurse any regular viewer, and I'm amazed that you've never heard me say this, knows that I'm guessing because I tell them. You've heard this spiel before. Guys, I want to let you know this is just speculation. I'm guessing. I don't know what I'm talking about. I literally say that every single time we do something like that. I'm honestly surprised you've never heard me say that in all of your years watching. Yeah, it's one hell of a cradle. That's right. That's right, Forlorn. Hell yeah. But what about the problems on Earth? Yeah, I know. Rotating caps victory. It's not mutually exclusive, all right? You can pat your head and rub your tummy at the same time. What sucks is that I'm 16. No one my age cares about space. I want to become a mechanical aerospace engineer, and I have nobody to talk about that with. Builder, you have me. Who cares? Who cares if nobody wants to talk about it? That you like aerospace engineering, not anybody else. If everybody else around you doesn't like aerospace engineering, so what? Screw them. It's about you. It's not about them. Yeah, I know, Victory. I know. I just use it as a example to say that. All right. I think we are set to jet here. The first thing that I'm going to do is fuel up the LES. Let's do a vehicle checkout here. Every time, Darknaze, without question. And it centers around my whole mentality, dude. I know enough to know. I know enough about spaceflight to know that my opinions on spaceflight are not infallible in any way, shape, or form. I.e., take what I say with a grain of salt. This is entertainment, remember? It's edutainment. You don't learn about building buildings from the damn Discovery Channel. You go become a civil engineer, right? Okay. Yeah, I'm very, dude, like, that's freaking my Achilles heel. I'm super passionate about this stuff, and it gets me on a soapbox every time we freaking talk about it. I apologize for people that are here for just KSP, but it's worth the conversation. Yeah, Fractal, when I say Discovery Channel, I mean old Discovery Channel, not whatever they're peddling nowadays, Swamp People or whatever. If they're willing to get away from doing STEM outreach and edutainment, I will gladly pick up the slack there, no problem. I'll teach you how a damn crane works. I'll teach you how a boat works. I'll teach you how a steam engine works. I don't care. And maybe some of the stuff that I get is wrong. I have no qualms with that. I'm not infallible in my opinions, Demo. There's no foul intent with my comment. I know, Demo, I know. But you asked me to explain it, so I did. Demo, at the end of the day, not everyone can be Elon Musk. Not everybody can be, some guy that just decided he wanted to learn rocket science and avoid going to public educational institutions or anything. Not everybody can be this, person that has the drive to be able to teach themselves stuff like that. No one can do that. Even then, Elon has a physics degree, so he didn't start from nowhere. You can't, if you want to get into STEM, all right? Now, I would say for a lot of jobs nowadays, just in general, a lot of jobs nowadays do not require college to do. Plumbing, electrician, trade, stuff like that. No, you don't need to go to college for that. There's a lot of jobs where you don't need to go to college. STEM, engineering, you absolutely need to go to college. Abso-freaking-lutely, it is imperative. There's no self-taught rocket scientists out there. All right? And once again, I say there's no self-taught rocket scientists out there, knowing full well there's a couple of people here and there, like myself, Joe Barnard, obviously Elon Musk. Not that me and Joe are in the same category as that guy in any way, shape, or form. Right? Joe is getting there, though. Yeah. Me, I sit and play video games all day. Right? That is not a way to learn. With that being said, that's not a way to learn. You gotta really like what you do. Look at me. Look at me. I've been doing this for a decade. Almost. A decade. So I started going down the spaceflight rabbit hole in 2009. What is my knowledge akin to in terms of somebody that's going to get an aerospace engineering degree? A first-year student at best? In terms of like technical analysis? Don't learn this way. It's not a good way to do it. Trust me on that one. Nothing right now, T-Man. Alright, so it's 11 o'clock, guys. I think I might wait until Monday to do this. I'm sorry. It was that truck. It was spending 45 minutes getting that stupid truck turned around. Hey, G-Funky, what's up? There is still a higher education needed for trades. You don't go to college to be a plumber, Grizzly. You'd use an apprenticeship, which is not college. Yeah, apprentice, journeyman, masters were all required. Yeah, Grizzly, I know. But apprenticeships and journeymen are not, that's not college. Something to note about going to college for STEM, though. In many cases, extracurricular will be the way where you actually learn things. My curriculum only started on actual engineering my junior and senior year, and even then it was still mostly principles, not application. It's almost like there's a standardized way of teaching this stuff, Demo, right? That doesn't necessarily involve application. But yeah, I mean, you gotta, if you want to be an engineer, you gotta go to school. You have to go to school. There's standards, there's engineering standards, there's engineering ethics, amongst other things that you have to learn if you want to do this. This is why I don't go and build a rocket that tries to get into space by myself, because I'd never be able to do it. This mission has taken a long time, just saying. I graduated in 36 days and never took an engineering ethics course. He thinks EJ needs a KSP break for a week. No, KSP is working fine. It's just, yeah, when people ask questions, part of my meal ticket is sitting here and answering the questions. Dudes, it's just, sometimes sometimes that compounded with me taking 45 minutes to get the stupid thing aligned correctly, does take a good bit of time. I don't know how you do this. My patience for this stuff element comes from the sheer fact that I think space is important and people need to learn it. We need to learn our place in the universe, dude. That's too important. It's too important to me. I mean, there are other people out there that agree with me. One of them runs SpaceX, remember? It's way too important. We're playing a dangerous game. We're playing Russian roulette right now by not going into space, you know? But yeah, that's where I get my patience from, that element, honestly. Aerospace engineering is made up of a lot of weapon systems. If we had to take an ethics course, we wouldn't be able to do our jobs. Yeah, you're not wrong. Russian roulette with 4 out of 5 chambers filled. It really is, Dark Names. It's really something that we should be taking very seriously. It's only a matter of time, dude. It's only a matter of time before we're going to be faced with some kind of extinction event. And I'm not trying to freak people out. Don't worry. Like, it's not the intention. It's not like I know that, you know, an asteroid could be hurling towards Earth and kill us all tomorrow. Like, nothing like that. Like, I'm not trying to fearmonger people or anything. It's just, what I'm saying is, like, if you live in Florida and it's a sunny day outside and, you know, the weather forecast says it's going to be sunny and raining at 3:30 in the afternoon for the next week, you know, I want to hurricane-proof the windows, right? Why? Because there's not a hurricane right now, but there could be one later, and you might want to do that so, you know, you don't get killed by the hurricane. What I'm saying is we need shutters for Earth. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I get it, but I don't have the patience to be the type of streamer that you do. Yeah. Anyway, guys, I said I would be racing right about now, so I'm gonna leave all this here. I really wanted to get it launched, but once again, it's worth it to have these conversations, even if people have heard it before. And I know good and well that not launching the rocket will net me less viewers. I honestly don't care about it. I don't care about that. It's important to have these conversations. It's important for people to hear this. It's important to me, at least. Florida's going to be underwater in like 100 years, probably. If you say so. What would happen right now if you hit the stage button? Nothing. It would make a funny noise, I felt. The SRBs are inerted. So we're controlling the crew access tower. There's no solid rocket fuel in here. Hitting it would do nothing. It would just go. and all the motors would immediately puff out. I'm not crazy. And then the solid fuel boosters that back here that I'm using as a counterweight, those ones have no thrust limiters, so even if you activated them right now, they still wouldn't do anything. All the SRBs that I'm using for structure here have been inerted. We'd get one hell of a fireworks show here, huh? Anyway, guys, yeah, we'll get this launch up and running. Only asking because Drunk Me stages from time to time. If you're worried about it, IFL, hit Alt L. Alt L will lock the stage out. Thanks for streaming, dude. Have fun racing. Yeah. Well, okay. Let me take a look. Who's here and ready for racing? Let's see. There's nobody in Discord right now. No one. Okay. We're racing GTA tonight, Dukas. Do you know when Hunt the Streamer will return? We did Hunt the Streamer 2 weeks ago demo, and it was one of the most fun Hunt the Streamers we've had in a long time. Yeah, there you go, Novus. I'd hold until Monday. You do not want to rush a crude launch. Fair enough. Okay. We'll stand down for the day. Sorry, we had to sit here and talk about that stuff. I can assure you we will not have this conversation, these types of conversations on Monday. We got work to do, man. We're falling behind for the Luna missions. It's the 10th. I have 2 weeks, 14 days to launch 5 lunar missions. Yeah, next week is basically going to be all launches. And if I try to say anything otherwise, barring like a Starship launch or something, yeah, we're going to fall. We're not going to make the deadline. Let's crap talk the space shuttle next time? Why? Bill, I think I'm going to... Daddle, thanks for a great stream. You never disappoint. Sure. Guys, these conversations and stuff feed into a larger way that I look at streaming. I don't expect anything, and I don't do things for views. Content should drive the viewers, not vice versa. You shouldn't look and say, oh, I can get more viewers if I do this. No, I stream this content and I will get more viewers if I do this. One might not be able to see the distinction there, but there definitely is. Taradra's like, I do the opposite of that. And you know what? Taradra, streaming is like cooking. Is there a right way to cook? No. It's really in the eyes of the beholder. If you cook food and you like food, well, eat it. What was the conversation about? I joined a few minutes ago. It was about, Italian guy, was about like the social aspects of reporting and talking about space. Like, how I go about teaching people and how I go about explaining things. Spoonfuls of Vegemite. I mean, you did do that. So you're saying throwing for content is bad. I wouldn't do it, Demo. Look, with spaceflight, you have to bring your A game, especially if you're going to talk about it. You have to bring your A game when it comes to this stuff. Anybody that reports anything about space knows that there's a higher standard involved here. Well, maybe not some people, but there's a higher standard involved here. You got to bring your A game. And I'm not going to sit here and do gimmicky stuff to get people to understand spaceflight better. That's not selling spaceflight. That's gimmicks. Spaceflight is the real deal. It doesn't need to be hyped up. It doesn't need to be exaggerated. It's the real deal. That's how I look at it. And that's why I always say I just explain it. I just show you what's going on. I don't know, I'm not really fond of medium rare chicken meal, but you know somebody out there is. Alright guys, let's get into racing, shall we? Good conversation. Once again, We can't really have many more of these conversations until we're on the other side of the lunar deadline, I'll be honest with you. Let's play some GTA. And yeah, next week we got to go nose to the grindstone, guys. It's very important. I'm talking like 2 launches a stream pretty much for the next like week. Let's see. Yeah, we got to do a lot of launches. We got to really put this system to work. That's the whole point of this. So we're going to start Saturday Night Racing and we're going to go from there. I'm talking like strict space news. Like space news has to stop at like 6. And then we can talk about we'll talk about space stuff when we're doing integration or whatever. See last. Did you see this? Saturn's moon Enceladus from NASA. I haven't seen that exact picture, but that's really freaking cool. Ice and stuff, bro. That dang McMasterCar website. Now you know how NASA engineers felt when they get called in